Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right. What's going on, guys? Part 27. Part 27 of the crew cab charger. Let's go. Oh. All right. We got a lot of work to do today, dudes. Hey, Rambo, 13-month resub. Thank you very much. It's going to be sweet when that trunk floor goes in. Yeah. It's going to be good. So, if you didn't see part 26 yesterday, let me get you pretty up to speed. We were kind of getting ready to finish off the end of the frame rails so we could put the rear cross member in the car. And I started noticing stuff when I went to patch the passenger side rear leaf spring perch. We had already replaced the driver's side leaf spring perch because it was annihilated. Looked like the Titanic. When we noticed something, we noticed that there was a little pinhole of rust on a structural part of the leaf spring. So that turned into a whole thing with, probing with the hammer and trying to figure out where rust was. And it turns out that it was covering up a lot of rust that I originally didn't see. That's on me. It's my fault. We ended up taking it off, drilling out its spot welds and taking that spring off, and found a golf ball sized hole in the frame rail. The right frame rail, the one that was okay. Yeah, so what we're gonna do is today we're gonna clean up that frame rail, and I'm going to look over that frame rail all over the place. We're gonna get the wire wheel out, clean off all the crap off of it. And I am going to look through that thing and make sure that there is no more rust on that rail. I honestly thought we got to the point where I would, if I hit the back of the car with a hammer, that no rust would fall out of the car. And, yeah, I got. It's got Dodge rust, man. Twitch is dying again, it seems. Bitrate looks stable on my end. And it's back now. The one with no more rust on it is the one that's at AMD. That's right. No, it's okay. So I think Sirius is... First of all, don't take him seriously despite his name. YouTube stream seems good. Yeah, my frame rates are fine. No drop frames, 6,000 kbps up. So I think we're good. My follow feed keeps going. And shitification sets in. I've noticed it too. We'll see. Anyway, I'm gonna go over that frame rail. I'm gonna scrape all of it. We're gonna scrape all of it off. In fact, we should probably do it to the other one too. I didn't get all of the frame rail, but I'm pretty sure it's fine. But at least all the spots underneath the trunk on that rail, all the way up to the rear axle, we're gonna clean that up. I just want to make sure there's no rust at all. No pinholes, no nothing. We're going to patch that right frame rail, and then we need to finish the extension on the left frame rail, which means we got to fabricate some parts today, and I got to hope that I get my stupid bends right on these parts. Hang on, just got a couple of DMs. I was having a couple of conversations with people. All right. We also should have a Starlink launch very soon. Let me see. How far are we out from that Starlink launch? Oh, 15 minutes. So, actually, probably do that first. AJ, hope you're well and hope you'll be in Texas for Flight 10. Game time. I'm hearing whispers that the Flight 10 will be the first week of July. That's my vacation. That is my detox time from the computer. I only do it once a week, or for 1 week every year. I always take the first week of July off. What is he renovating? Is it a car or an NSF cart? Sorry, I got here late. Oh, Emil, yeah. Emil, it's a 1969 Dodge Coronet. Here, I can show you. This is my live camera from my shop, which is just in the next room over. It's an old 1960s Dodge. And if you see those two kind of rails, those two kind of metal horns that are going back out the back of the car right there, that's the major structure for the car, and it was super rusty. I'm patching all of it. Live, what do you mean? Did it really have to freeze on a shot of me with plumber's ass? Did it really need to do that? Was that absolutely necessary, computer? That's my twin. Like, did it have to freeze right there, man? Damn. What the hell's wrong with that thing? Is this broken now too? Like, oh, brother. Oh my, that's awesome. Dude, you can't make that up. That's hilarious. I'm just, whatever. Can you take the last week of June off so Flight 10 happens earlier? Yeah, right. Anyway, we'll, the car. Like, did it have to freeze on that damn shot? Out of all the things to freeze on? It's pretty funny, though. Again, it's still mad about the power outage. Yeah, maybe. Anyway, so what was I talking about? So the car, yeah, is your computer in the garage. I have two computers in here. One of them is a streaming rig. That's kind of capturing. It can capture from two different computers. The streaming rig can capture from this computer, which I play games on. And it can capture from the garage computer with the plumber's butt shop. This computer right here. I have a computer that I made a custom bracket for that's sitting on the side of my toolbox. And then I have a desk stand that I modified to fit on the back of the toolbox. So the toolbox still has its surface, right? And then there's monitors on the back of the toolbox and then a TV sitting on it. So I got 3 monitors out there. But yeah, the computer, my streaming computer, which is what the stream is being piped through, can capture either computer. Spaceballs 2. Even in the future, nothing still works. Yeah, right. Looks like it'll be a nice car. Thanks, Game Time. Yeah, that car is a labor of love. Normally, like, if you're not a car person, you're not a car nutcase. Like, I love spaceflight. Spaceflight is my #1. You guys know that from, like, NSF and, streams. I still love space more than anything. But, and, like, airplanes and stuff. I watched Top Gun Maverick last night after my meeting. That movie's awesome. It's just amazing. Not that, like, watching Top Gun is a measurement of how much of an av geek you are, but anyway. But I really do like cars. I really do like cars a lot. But that particular car, Game Time, like, you usually restore a car. You usually do what I'm doing with the expectation that you're putting equity into the car and you are going to sell it for, or it's worth more it's worth more than what you bought it for and what all the work costs, right? So say I bought a car for $2,000, right? And then I put $1,000 of work and time into it. Now your $3,000 into this car, is the car worth $3,000? Some cars do appreciate and depreciate in value. Most cars depreciate in value. It's very rare that some go up. Now, with that being said, 1960s Chryslers do appreciate in price. They go for big money if they have 2 doors, not 4 doors. So, car isn't really worth restoring, but like I said, it's a labor of love. Like, I'm not restoring this car with the expectation that I'm getting any of the money back, and it is you guys' money. So the money is going right towards content because Chad is basically funding the build at this point. I mean, not that you weren't before, but I was thinking if you get an engine stand, rebuild the motor or a motor, that would be awesome content. Farm, just outside the garage door, I recently purchased a 2004 Dodge Ram 1500 with a 5.7 Hemi in it. So that content is coming. We're heavy on the metalwork right now because I'm not going to build a 5.7 Hemi with 400 horsepower and put it in the Titanic of cars. You know what I mean? That would be not smart, right? We got to get a good shell, especially if we build that motor. We need to have a good shell. And that motor, I'm not sure if it needs to be rebuilt. That 04 Ram only has, I think it's like 70, 80,000 miles on it. So it's actually pretty low mileage for what it is. The problem is that, like the Coronet, it suffers from Dodgeisms. It's rusty as hell because it's a Northeast truck, just like the Dodge is a Northeast car. Also, a built 318 is pretty awesome. Hopped up. Yeah. If I put $1,000 into the 318, we could probably make a 318 that makes like 350 horsepower. If we put $1,000 of parts into that 5.7, I mean, it is a trade-off, right? If we put $1,000 into the 5.7, most of that is going to go towards getting an ECU to get it to work correctly, because you need a standalone electronic control unit. Or we could convert the 5.7 to carbureted and get a standalone coil pack controller. And then standalone standalone electric controller. So the coil packs fire at the right time. You need a cam phaser. You need something that would pick up off the cam phaser and tell the coil packs to fire at the right time. And then we could put a carburetor on that 5.7, put $1,000 into it. That thing could make like 400 or 500 horse. Be pretty cool. I think that'd be a pretty cool little build. Are you gonna lose all the emissions stuff? Yeah, of course. Emissions? Yeah, of course I am. I'm talking about carbureting the damn thing. So yeah, probably. SpaceX should be live here. So yeah, we're gonna start the stream here with a Starlink mission. We'll start it up with a Starlink mission. Carburetor, why not a truckerator? Well, it's because it's a car, Jim. You'd lose a lot of the advantages of the newer 5.7. Yeah, I mean, we'd have to put $1,000 into that 5.7 just to get it to run if we wanted to run with an ECU and a fuel injection system. That would very much increase reliability and power in the car. But yeah. What is a cam phaser again? So a cam phaser is an electrical component that or a camshaft position sensor. It uses Hall effect to basically convert the rotations of the camshaft into an electrical signal, that has a differential frequency because the RPMs of the camshaft can change, right? So they use Hall effect to generate different frequencies of electricities, and the computer can pick up on the differential frequencies and tell the spark plugs to fire at the right times based off of the signal that it's getting from the cam phaser. It's actually super interesting stuff. You're going to carburate the intake but phase the cams. So, Takezo, If we carburate the 5.7, then we don't have to worry about a fuel delivery system. The carburetor will take care of that. But a 5.7 Hemi has no way with a carburetor of telling the spark plugs when to fire correctly. So you're going to have to get some aftermarket system that can pick up on the cam phaser signal that is there. The cam phasers would be there to tell the stock computer when to fire it. But the stock computer would also be there to tell the fuel injectors when to fire, right? Because there's no carburetor on the engine on that 5.7 Hemi right now. It's fuel injected with electronic ignition control. Now, if we put a carburetor on there, we get rid of the fuel stuff, so we don't need that. So then I'm going to need a standalone thing that is there to pick up on the cam phasers on that 5.7 Hemi to tell the spark plugs when to fire correctly, because that motor, if we switch the fuel delivery system to analog without what's called a distributor and a distributor shaft and a distributor cap, there's no analog way to tell the spark plugs when to fire because that motor is a modern motor. Older motors have a mechanical whirly-do on the top called a distributor that tells the spark plugs when to fire, believe it or not, based off of the spinning of the camshaft. That's on an older engine, though. Like the 318 has that. But since we have no mechanical distributor on that motor because it's a modern motor, I'm going to need some type of computer to control the coil packs. And the coil packs are basically, the coil packs control the signal to the spark plugs, control the electrical signal to the spark plugs. I'm going to have to get something that does that by itself because it's carbureted. Or we could just find a full standalone ECU and keep the fuel injection. We'd have to retool the fueling system a little bit in the car because the stock fuel system for the carburetor is not enough to feed a fuel injection kit. And we could just keep the fuel delivery and electrical signal all digital with a full standalone engine control unit. They make those. They're just expensive. Do they make carburetor conversion kits for the new Hemis? Yeah, you can buy intake manifolds that can mount a carburetor on one of those. Sure. Okay, we're inside of 90 seconds for this Falcon 9 launch. We'll continue the car conversation here in a moment. Yeah, so if you're here for car stuff, we will get back to it in about 10 to 15 minutes. But for right now, we have the Starlink 12-26 mission. This is 23 Starlink V2s on there, 13 direct-to-cell satellites, 10 normal V2 mini satellites. We are inside 1 minute. Falcon 9 is go for startup.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
I told you. Car barf. Not in here, mister. That's a Mercedes. So, launch pad that Falcon 9 is coming out of today is Slick 40, Space Launch Complex 40 down in Cape Canaveral, Florida. This is one of SpaceX's most used pads, and it's one of their oldest pads that they have. SpaceX has been...
go for launch.
Slick 40 has been the home of Falcon 9 for 20 years almost at this point.
T-minus 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Launch director reports go. We're past ground gas closeout here. Should hear the pad deluge system turn on. Just heard it. It was vent down. There it is.
15 seconds.
Now at 10 seconds, you'll see the water suppression systems.
T-minus 10, 9.
Start up right
8,
there. There they go.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Looking for
1.
9 engine ignition.
Engines full power. And liftoff. Go Falcon, go SpaceX, go direct to cell.
All right. Starlink 12-26 takes off on this late morning launch out of Cape Canaveral. Falcon 9 is entering the pitch over maneuver here. Where it turns, you'll see the whole thing spin to the right heading for the type of orbit that these satellites are going into. It'll basically take off and roll like a plane would take off from a runway and then turn to its destination. Next call here should be the power and telemetry call. Should be happening in the next 10 seconds. What is G-force? That's your acceleration. So it's accelerating at 1.7 times the force of gravity. Clayton, that's a really nice way of saying it. It's going up very fast. Should get a call for supersonic here.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
And then a call for maximum dynamic pressure or max Q. Looks like Falcon 9's flying on its southeast trajectory here. Looking at I think Starlinks are 54 degrees inclined, meaning Falcon 9 is turning, heading southeast, or if you were on a compass, it'd be heading 135, more or less. Okay. 90 seconds into the flight, Falcon 9 traveling at 2,700 kilometers an hour, 22 kilometers in altitude, 2.5 G acceleration here. The call there was for basically priming the second stage engine. Falcon 9 is a two-stage vehicle here. So in a second, you're going to see these 9 engines shut down. The stage will separate. And the upper stage, the single upper stage engine will fire. You deserve a raise. Almost, thank you. Okay, here we go. Should get a call for main engine cutoff and then stage separation. Notice that the G-force, there it goes. It goes down when the engine shut off. There's a shot of the second stage engine.
Stage separation confirmed.
It should separate from the first stage, and we should get a little puff of white smoke, a green flash, and then ignition. There's your white smoke, green flash, good ignition on the upper stage. 2 minute 45 seconds into the flight. Falcon 9 second stage traveling at 7,900 kilometers an hour, 80 kilometers in altitude. First stage now coasting on an arc, on its ballistic arc, basically in preparation for landing here. The first stage is traveling at 7,400 kilometers an hour, 87 kilometers in altitude. Note that its speed is going down because it's getting to the top of its trajectory. Right here's a shot of the fairing. You should get a call for fairing separation here.
Fairing separation confirmed.
There you go. Note the two different types of satellites. There's 13 direct to cell satellites and 10 regular Starlink satellites. The aerodynamic fairing is called a clamshell style fairing, where basically it shields the satellites from the aerodynamic forces going up, right? And then when it separates, it opens like a clamshell. Now, those fairings do have thrusters and parachutes on them. The thrusters will turn the fairings upside down, so the aerodynamic side is facing towards re-entry. They will go through re-entry, with the thrusters keeping them on an even course, and then when they get down through the atmosphere, they'll deploy a parafoil, like a hang glider almost, and they will go down and land in the ocean like a seaplane. Like they'll skim the water and they'll land like a seaplane. And then SpaceX has a recovery vessel, Bob. There's 2 of them. They call them Bob and Doug. They're named after the first astronauts that SpaceX launched into space. Bob or Doug will go out there with basically a big fishing net and pull them out of the water, and they will reuse them. Those fairings, in fact, have been reused. You could tell because one of them was scorched from re-entry heating. Being a symmetrical craft with no human payload to worry about for G-loading, I missed it.
Throttle up.
Hold on. I missed it. It went off the screen. That looked like a good question, though. Give me 1 second. Why roll and pitch rather than just yaw to trajectory? It should have no effect on the flight or payload being symmetrical. Nader, if you're flying around in a fighter jet, why not just fly upside down? It should have no effect, right? So if you're flying around in an AV-8B, right, and you're flying like this with the horizon right here, why don't you just fly upside down? You'll be able to see the horizon better. No, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be a jerk. That's an I'm getting at something here. Hey, Ian. Great day to go to space. Oh, yeah. Dude, that Vandenberg launch yesterday, Ian, the clouds. Did you see that first stage just poof through the clouds and then the drone ship was like right there? They had clouds from like 0 to 500, just right? Dude, I was like, okay, there's cloud. Oh, there's the drone ship. You know? It has effect on the human, but what if we're unmanned and fully symmetrical? Okay, well, that's a good point, Nader. I didn't really take that into account when I was trying to ask that question. I didn't provoke the right thought. Falcon 9 turns that way because the antennas are on one side. The antennas are on that one side, and the computer likes a horizon down,
Stage 1 entry burn
wings
startup.
up orientation. It still has yaw, pitch, and roll. Oh, there's the supersonic retropropulsion. Falcon 9 using its first stage engines to slow down and protect itself from re-entry heating. Supersonic retropropulsion. Yeah, the computer, just like a person would, likes being horizon down. One, so they can communicate, and two, because Falcon 9 at the end of the day still has positive pitch, negative pitch, positive, left and right yaw, and roll right, roll left. It uses similar orientation to an airplane, right? I mean, its guidance systems are a little bit different because it goes where airplanes don't, right? But it still has like an INS on it, for instance, and the INS needs to, would prefer that. I mean, it doesn't really care, to be honest with you, but the antennas and stuff like it, and it's honestly easier to do a guidance system if you're controlling locally to the horizon. Well, not easier, but that makes more sense for the software, I guess. Like, that is getting into software stuff that I'm not too incredibly familiar with, but the antennas are a big reason. Ooh, that first stage really hitting some turbulence in the lower atmosphere there. Did you see it moving around?
Stage 1 transonic.
She's back. There we go. 7 minutes, 28 seconds into the flight. First stage, traveling at 1,100 kilometers an hour, 5.6 kilometers off the deck, decelerating. Second stage, flight termination is saved, meaning that if the second stage has a problem, it'll just re-enter and you don't need to worry about trying to get rid of it. Second stage crossing 21,000 kilometers an hour, 144 kilometers in altitude. First stage should initiate landing burn.
Stage 2 is in terminal guidance.
Stage 2 terminal, meaning it's running off closed loop inertial. Falcon 9 punching through the clouds, seeing the drone ship. Drone ship today is short fall of gravitas.
Like deploy.
We got a good leg deploy here. Grid fins locked. Falcon 9 is on thrust vector control. The rocket engine is carefully setting the vehicle down onto the deck of a short fall of gravitas. The booster that flew today was 1078 on its 21st flight. And it lives to fly 22nd. Yeah, baby. Next step here, before hopefully they don't cut the cast here, the next step here is second stage engine cutoff, or SECO 1. Should be happening around 27,000 kilometers an hour. It used to be around 27,300. This is 27,106 at 138. That's good for this type of orbit. 27,300 is usually what they do from Vandenberg. But lately, that last Vandenberg launch had a staging velocity of 27,770 at like 158. Really high orbit for Starlinks. 9 plus 10 equals 1078 minus 21. Is that some loose change in your pocket, Ian, or are you just happy to see me? Also, could it have effect on fuel pickups and sensors in regards to orientation? There are other factors at play aside from the antennas. Let me put it that way. What those are? Don't know. No idea. I don't know what you're talking about. The antenna thing makes complete sense. I mean, Nader, I was kind of hoping with the plane you'd say the antennas, but then again, a plane antenna doesn't really work like that. Like a radar for a plane doesn't really operate that way. Like you could have a downward facing or upward facing. Like, I mean, like, I'm not going to get into it. That kind of depends on the aircraft, etc., blah, 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 blah. Are Brimo and I getting better? Yep. And then we are being serenaded by the sultry sounds of Starbase construction. Oh, nice, dude. Look at this thing. Oh, nope. Don't place out the... Not today. Oh, look at that. Look at that big old Peterbilt. Hell yeah. That's a lot of weight over the rear tires there. Hal. You might want to put some of that weight forward for better tongue weight. I really hope that blue truck is not going, or well, that truck is not going very far, because that's a lot of weight. Look at how the trailer's springing around. See that? See it springing? That's dangerous right there. That's yeah, that's sorry. The physics nerd in me. Yeah, that's I hope that guy isn't going very far, to be honest with you. Watch the trailer spring around. See it moving all over the place? Yeah, yeah, you don't want to have a lot of weight behind the rear wheels on a truck, because all that's doing is turning the entire trailer into a seesaw, and it's not pushing down on the rear wheels of the actual truck. That's called tongue weight. You don't get good tongue weight that way, and that having your trailer every time you go over a bump basically wanting to come unhitched is probably not the smartest thing. Yeah, I don't think that guy's going far. If this guy was hauling that trailer a long way, that would absolutely get somebody killed. Like, that's super dangerous. Like, watch. Look at how the trailer's skitching around. You see it? See it going. Yeah. Yeah, you probably... It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Maybe he wants to do a wheelie. That won't do a wheelie. That'll make the trailer do the wheelie. Hey, Finn. Will SpaceX detach the Crew Dragon from Falcon 9 due to the AX-4 delay? I don't think so, dude. Also, Finn, it's good to see you, man. I'm sorry I freaked out at you the other day. Sorry about that, man. I was having a bad day, and you didn't deserve that at all. So my apologies, man. Guys, on Monday I crashed out pretty hard. Like, pretty hard. It was bad. And I cursed out Finn over there, and I felt bad about it. Sorry, man. That's my fault. I'm not perfect. The rear tire looked flat. Yeah, because there's a ton of weight over the rear wheels. What truck model was that? It was a Peterbilt? I'm not sure about the model. It's a nice Peterbilt. That was a nice truck, though. Did you see that truck drivers now have to know English to keep their CDL? Interesting. I mean, I kind of understand that, Farm. That kind of makes sense. You kind of need everybody on the same page when you're talking about moving this much mass around. Like, this is one of those things where you really should have everybody on the same page, especially when it comes to operating heavy equipment. I mean, a big rig technically isn't heavy equipment like the excavator is, but also when there's a lot of physics involved, communication is key. So I kind of get that. Peterbilt 389, thank you. Also, there is some heavy freaking equipment here. It really helps if you can read the signs. Yeah, yeah, Creation, case in point. Yeah, yeah. Do you think it's likely you will play Cities 1? You know, Hando, somebody floated that idea to me the other day, and I don't hate it. I really don't. Like, really, I really don't hate it. Hey, WD-40, thanks for the raid. WD-40 doing a launch stream. How was the view, dude? Pretty good? Interestingly, they're laying down fabric where they dug for the Gigabay. No pile driver yet. So the fabric is probably permeable layer, most likely. It's a water permeable layer. So for drainage purposes. And it, you know, so plants don't grow. So stuff doesn't start growing on the construction site. Anyway, welcome to WD-40 Raiders. If you guys don't know WD-40, he's a pretty good STEM streamer. Actually, yeah, a science streamer. WD-40 does bird watching streams. They're pretty cool. Pretty cool. It's very chill. Very chill. Is it also lit? I don't... Banana? I'm old school. Give me 13 gears and a clutch. My heavy-duty truck has a manual transmission in it. It doesn't have a twin stick, but it's got a manual in it. And that F-250 definitely drives like a semi. Dude, you don't have to float the gears, right? But with that thing, with the ZF5, you're like the throw on it is so long. You have to pull it back, right? And then you have to kind of get it. Like, dude, it's actually super cool. You can feel the synchro. Like, when you pull it back and put it into the gate for second gear, but not all the way, you can feel the synchro kind of meshing, and then you pull it into gear. So when you shift it, it shifts like a semi. So it's like... Like, yeah, it's pretty cool. I dig it, man. It's good stuff. Yeah, you gotta... Yeah, if you try to, like, bang shift it, the ZF5 does not like that. Yeah, it doesn't like it. It'll make a very embarrassing sound. Yes, it sounds like that. Believe me, I tried to go shifting it around like the Mustang one time. That didn't work at all. If you try to force it into gear, it's really going to get mad at you. Really going to get mad at you. Is the 97 a power stroke? No, 351 with a 5-speed, 4x2. It's got twin I-beam front suspension. And it's got a Sterling 1025 out back, not limited slip with 410 gears. It's a really bare bones truck. Just enough to be heavy duty. It'll let you flow, but you got to be gentle. Yeah, you really have to understand synchronizers, and synchros are not. And yeah, if you try to grind it until you find it, it's gonna get mad at you. Yeah, it's a 351, dude. 351 roller because it's a motor from 97. And you know where you're at instead of the automatic, just the feel of the road. Yep. Oh, yeah. Sorry, stepped away. The launch went well? Launch went great, dude. Yep. Falcon 9, that first stage was, let me see. Which one was it? It was 1078. That was its 21st flight, dude. SpaceX now has not just like multiple, but a good amount of Falcon 9 first stages with over 20 flights on them, which is just... That's pretty cool. Nothing exploded that wasn't supposed to explode? Nope. Chiquezo, it's funny you mention it that way. I often describe rockets as a nice controlled explosion. And as long as a rocket is exploding in one direction, i.e. the direction that the rocket engine is pointing, you're fine. If you get an explosion in multiple directions, you got a little bit of a problem. You got a little bit of an issue. But yeah, that's a good way to put that. Best manual I had was your C7 Corvette. Couldn't get a traditional manual with the C8 or Z06. So I've heard the rumor that Chevy may add a traditional manual option for the Z06 and ZR1 in 2027. Dude, didn't the C7 have like an 8-speed manual or something, Nader? Like, forgive me, I don't know C7s very well. I know they're nice cars. Like, dude, I don't care if it's Chevy. The C7 Corvettes are mint. I mean, C8s are pretty cool too. I mean, the whole rest of my dang family is a bunch of Corvette guys, so. Seven-speed manual. That's cool, man. 7-speed manual. How does, dude? That would confuse the hell out of me, man. I'm used to 4 and 5 speeds. Like, I'd go to shift into 5th. I'd be like, wait, I got 2 more gears? Oh, neat. What? I got 2 more gears. That's pretty neat. You never driven a manual, MK? Midday Space News, love it. Well, we were just starting up. I started up a little bit early because of the Starlink launch, but we got to get out into the shop, dude. We do have a lot of work to do, so we'll chill here till the top of the hour, and then we'll get going. Hey, boss, how you doing? I'm all right. It was extreme overdrive. I have to look. I think 3 were overdrive. Cool. Manual transmissions are the ultimate anti-theft at this point. Yeah. Dude, when I drive the 97 around, I never lock that truck because no one knows how to use it. It's pretty cool. I do like manual transmissions. They're so fun, dude. They're fun as hell to drive. Like the Mustang. Mustang's got a 5-speed in it. I love that thing. I love that car. I mean, you guys don't really see it much because it's my daily. I use it to go get groceries. But, yeah. But after the Coronet, guys, the next project is the 97. We're going to take that 97 and I am going to find a ZF5 transmission with a transfer case, or we could rebuild the ZF5 with a transfer case, which requires you to take apart the entire transmission because ZF is strange like that. We could find a ZF5 with a transfer case and then do a front axle swap on the truck. And yeah, I want that 97 to be 4x4. I want it to have the 351 with 5-speed, manual transfer case, right? With a solid front axle. Either a solid front axle with leaps or a solid front axle with coils. I haven't really decided which one I want to do. Solid front axle, Dana 60 with 410s to match the 1025 out back. Ideally with lockers. And then the rear diff, we need limited slip with lockers too. So I got to go find a Sterling 1025 with lockers and a rear diff. 5th, 6th, and 7th were overdrive. There you go. Overdrive, overdrive, and overdrive. Sterling or Dana front axle? I don't think Sterling made front axles for that. Couch manual is all I know over here in the UK. Dude, last time I went to Europe, so I got to go to Europe in 2023 and 2024. I went to the Netherlands in 2023 and I went to Italy in 2024. And yeah, manual cars are everywhere. And I'm like, oh, this is great. Most cars nowadays over here are automatic, and it's whatever. Tremec TR 6070 for reference. Cool. I wonder how much modification and cost it would take to find one of those and put it in the Coronet. Can you imagine a Coronet with a 5.7 Hemi and a 7-speed manual behind it? That would be pretty cool. Manual are everywhere in Europe because they're cheaper, low catalog price, and therefore lower in road taxes. Yeah, that used to be the case over here, and then they just gave every single car a damn slush box. Manual transmissions cost more to buy nowadays over here. Not with that frame? What do you mean not with that frame? There ain't no frame. It's a unibody. Hey, Vasia, 75-month resub. Excuse me, when drive? Your first car was a Dart, 3 on the tree. Nice, Astro. What year? Darts are cool cars, man. Those are super sought after nowadays because front engine V8, rear wheel drive, and compact car. That's pretty cool, man. Would you cage it at that point? What is a 7-speed manual going to do with a 5.7 in front of it? I would want the manual transmission for good fuel economy, guys. Not for performance. A 5.7 in the front making like 400 horsepower with the 7-speed behind it would be perfect for that car. The weird part is that it's part of a transaxle, so it might need a custom tail housing to work as a transmission. Oh, yeah, that's right. Now I'm curious. $65. Nice wheels, man. Very cool. So, that's a good point. But now I'm wondering. So Chrysler made marine engines. Engines for boats with the 318. Now, why do I bring that up? Well, okay, so you said it was a Tremec TR6070. So a 6070 is a transaxle. It's not a transmission. Okay? A lot of people don't know that the Corvette... hang on. I'm just going to get a picture. The Corvette, for better weight distribution, doesn't have the transmission right next to the engine. The Corvette has the engine right here where that QuickTime bell house, the QuickTime housing is. And then it has what's called a torque tube behind it. The torque tube goes to the transmission and the rear differential that are combined into one unit. That's called the transaxle. The Corvette does this for better weight distribution. Because if you put the transmission here by the rear axle, right, you have some weight over your rear wheels to push it into the ground. Now, you want to convert the Coronet after the engine swap as a marine engine. No. The reason why I bring this up is because you'd need a torque tube. If we wanted to put that 7-speed in there, one, we would need to find a way to mount that in the back of the car. Now, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like we don't have the space to do that. We absolutely have the space to do that. There is plenty of room back there. We'd have to do some pretty hardcore modifications to the frame rails, but we're already kind of doing that. Just putting it out there. Torque tube or downcomer. Yeah, you know what? We'll call that the drive shaft downcomer from now on. I like that idea. But what you could do is with the 318s, right? You'd need to find a way to have the 318 hook up to the torque tube and the drive shaft and the torque tube. Chrysler 318 engines, especially the marine engines, don't have a transmission behind them. All right? They just have an output shaft. That's it. The output shaft would go to a propeller because it's a boat engine, right? There you go. Dude, can you imagine we hot wired a marine, put a marine engine in that with a 7-speed behind it with the 318? That would actually be super cool. EJ, what do you do for a living besides being a cool streamer? Takezo, streaming has been my full-time job since September 19th, 2015.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
This is what I do, man. I commentate on spaceflight, play STEM games, teach people about engineering, and work on cars. This is my job. Yes, I still get serious imposter syndrome to this day because this job is awesome. Yeah, this job's really fun. It's a lot of work, but it's really fun. See last. You'd have to do an independent rear suspension. Oh no. Eric Berger just responded to a tweet whether if Jared could be renominated. What did Eric say? As I've heard, it is dead, dead, and dead. Oh. Opium. Nader, what was your last? First car is an 88 GTA Trans Am. Nice wheels. Get a C8 driveline from a crashed C8 and make a mid-engine Coronet. Confuse the hell out of people. That would require a ton of modification to the unibody, more than really what I'm comfortable with. Sorry, just checking in if you'd already talked about the Air India crash. It's my usual airport airline for the UK flight, so it looked pretty shocking. Supersonic, first and foremost, I generally do not talk about stuff on stream that has to do with people dying. It's a rule of mine. I do not like profiting off of death. So I generally don't show plane crashes on stream, and I generally don't talk about them. Now, there are some exceptions, like the American Eagle flight at Toronto Pearson a couple of months ago that crashed and everybody survived. I'll talk about that, sure, no problem. But I would defer to channels like Blanco Lirio on YouTube if you want thoughts on that. That channel's done by a guy named Juan Brown. He's a 777 pilot. He's much more qualified to talk about this stuff than me. With that being said, I have seen the Air India footage. It's terrible. That's so bad. It's so bad. Like, I'm not gonna put that on you guys. Don't go looking for it. It's pretty gruesome. And I'm not saying like, oh, don't go look for it, dude. Seriously, you don't want that on your mind. It's terrible. Yeah. So with all that being said, yeah, no, it's all good. You don't need to apologize, dude. You didn't know. It's all good. I don't profit off death. Not on this stream. I'm not doing that. Yeah, so I don't show like police chases because someone could die. I don't show plane crashes. Heck, dude, Supersonic in my entire, I just told Takezo, been streaming in September. I'll be streaming for a decade straight as my job. I've been streaming since 2012, if people really want to know, but it wasn't my job for the longest time. I did about 3 years before I'm like, okay, we're good. This job can make me enough money. In those 10 years of talking about space, playing Kerbal, etc., I have never showed Challenger on stream, and I've never shown Columbia on stream, except if they're both in one piece. I've never shown the Challenger disaster. I've never showed Columbia. I've never showed Apollo 1. Ever. 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 And I never will. I don't feel right doing that. It doesn't feel right profiting on that. Now, I'll talk about Challenger, and I will talk about Columbia to teach people about engineering, particularly the programmatic mistakes that were made during the shuttle program that led to these disaster scenarios, or disaster modes, I should say, or just disasters probably would be the better way to say it. But I will not show that footage. Absolutely not. I will not show plane crashes where people die. I won't show. I have a very strict rule about that. Yeah, and also I think it's against Twitch terms of service, to be honest with you. Not that. I'm not sure if they care, but I'm pretty sure they care, so I'm not going to risk it. I'm not going to risk my business for that. But even if it wasn't a rule, I still wouldn't do it. Correction, you showed that piece they put on in the pad. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's the only piece of Challenger that I've shown where the orbiter was not intact. And I actually, to be honest with you, I've probably shown the Columbia Accident Investigation Board investigation of Columbia, like with all the parts that they found from the shuttle laid out in a hangar. I have shown that. But I won't show the disasters themselves. No, it doesn't do those astronauts justice. And I feel really bad profiting off of that. Like, yeah, it's just, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. Anyway, can we talk about transaxles more? We would have to take, if we wanted to do that 60-70, I mean, here, let me look at a Tremec TR. Actually, we should go out to the shop. I said we would go we talk about cars for about noon, till about noontime, but I just want to see this real fast. So the Tremec 6070. You could get a bell housing for this. You could get a bell and you could put this behind a motor. It doesn't need to be on a transaxle from what I can tell. Finding a proper output shaft for this would be a little bit difficult, though. That's the transmission right there, and then the diff is right here. So for the people that are not well versed in cars, anytime you have a transmission directly attached to a diff and there's no like drive shaft in between, that's called a transaxle, because it's part rear axle and part transmission. Transaxle. That's what the Corvette has. It has that for better weight distribution. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. That'd be super cool to put in the Coronet, but I think that is a little bit outside of my fabrication skills right now. Do you know who Ken Miles is? GT40, dude. Of course. Of course I did. I knew who Ken Miles was before the Ford versus Ferrari movie came out. Vintage race cars make me very happy, Takezo. Yeah, here, check this out, dudes. If we were going to do this, it wouldn't just be the rear transaxle, the Tremec, and the torque tube and everything. We'd have to put that in the back of the Coronet. Now, I ain't saying that can't be done. But how this all works on the Corvette is that you have a rear cross member. And the rear cross member picks up on some structural mounts here, 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 and here. There's the pilot dowel for right there for when you assemble it. So what we'd have to do, I'm saying this like this is some simple thing to do. It's not. Hang on, I'm looking around. The upper control arms too. What the right way to do this, if we wanted to put this in the coronet, and once again, this is out of my fabrication wheelhouse, but I know how I would do it if we tried. I would find a crashed C7, and we would cut the back of that car out with all the mounting points and weld it into the back of the coronet. That's how you do that. That's what I would do. What about the sensors? What about them? Don't hook them up. Well said, well thought out, except for the Ford obsession. And I commend your integrity. Thank you. Will the coronet be strong enough once repaired? Well, Martin, that's my whole rationale for ripping apart a C7, the back of a C7, and putting the floor pan from a C7 in where the coronet is. Yeah, that would be my whole thing for that. For that being said, what about the sensors? Just cut them off. You don't need that. We could hotwire this to make some of this work if we really wanted to, but you don't need the sensors. The sensors don't need to be on for this thing to mechanically work. Are the sensors inside of the transmission? Well, with this one, that's an automatic transmission. That has an automatic behind it. With the 6070, we'd have a manual, so no. We don't need to worry about that. That's what we'd put in. That's the transaxle and the torque tube. Now the other main challenge there would be make sure you have enough room in the transmission tunnel. There's a problem here. The coronet is designed to have the transmission right here, not right here. So what you'd have to do is cut the transmission tunnel out, take that piece of floor, reverse it, put it right here to make a larger housing right there, and then pray that all lines up. To be honest with you guys, if we did do that, you'd probably wouldn't have a rear seat in the coronet. I just don't think there's enough space in there. Is that an electric motor? No, it's the transmission, Alex. On the Corvette, the transmission is in the back. It's on the back of the car. It's right there, and then the diff is right here. So it's engine, drive shaft, transmission, diff. It's not engine, transmission, drive shaft, diff. They do that for better weight distribution. So the Corvette has 50-50 weight. That's why Corvettes can handle really, really well, because they have really good weight distribution. And no one singular assembly has more moment of inertia over the center of gravity of the car, which also makes for good handling. You can have a car with good 50-50 weight distribution, but if you have a big heavy engine up at the front, that engine has what's called moment of inertia over your center of gravity, and that could make for poor handling. Now, Alex, what you could do is just attach an electric motor here to this. I'm sure somebody's done that. Making an adapter for this shouldn't be too hard. You could make a billet adapter and put an electric motor here in a Corvette. With the transmission behind it. Or say screw all of that, right? Take out this whole thing and just make an adapter to put the electric motor where the transmission is. You could do that. I mean, anything is possible if you know how to do it, right? That'd be pretty cool, but... Oh, what the heck's going on there? Oh. He milled his own adapter for the torque tube. Yep. Mm-hmm. Put 19 feet of space in the coronet. Let's get it done. I'll tell you what Guys, unlimited budget, and provided I actually am smart enough to be able to fabricate something. Do you know what I would do? There is an ungodly amount of room in the back of that coronet here. Excuse the plumber's ass from me. there's an ungodly amount of room in that car, or in the back. That's what I'm learning from putting that trunk pen in. I mean, it's got a huge trunk. What would be absolutely, utterly insane, and I would love to do it, and maybe someday we would do it. Maybe not to the crew cab Charger, but what would be absolutely insane, and I would love to do, is take a 5.7 Hemi, find an adapter for it to bolt to a Porsche transaxle, right, and make a rear engine Coronet. It would probably handle like dog crap, but it would be really cool. Is there a chance that Dodge will sponsor you? I don't know. We got featured in Dodge Garage, but yeah, I don't know. It depends on how much that story gets traction. I suppose if anybody's out there for Dodge's social media team that sees that thing and sees that story, and the story got a lot of likes or it got a lot of comments on it or whatever, they'd probably see it and go, oh, this is cool. You'd have to machine the adapter, but it's been done. 5.7 to the Porsche transaxle, Sean, doesn't seem like that bad of, like, I don't think, yeah, I mean, it's just a custom housing. It would really be more about what type of K-member you're going to put in the rear of that car, because it was never designed to have that much weight south of the rear wheels, you know what I mean? You'd have to completely redesign the unibody back there. That's where it would get complicated. So a good way to do that with cars, especially if you're hot rodding and making your own stuff, would be to find a wrecked Porsche 911 and rip the back of the car off and shoehorn it into the back of the Coronet. Dude, like I said, with a welder, you can do whatever. But I honestly, anything mechanical when it comes to welding, so like welding in cross members and stuff, I would want a heavier duty welder, because I'm not sure my welder plugged into 110, the 180i, so only 180 amps. There's only so thick a metal you can use with that thing. Now, the 180i is perfect for sheet metal. It's fine. It can weld 16 gauge, no problem, and most of the Chrysler is 16 gauge for the body. So I know that the welder is adequate for the application. But once you start getting into cross members and suspension components and stuff, you're dealing with much thicker metal, so you need a bigger welder. You need a much bigger welder. Think Hemi under glass with a transaxle. Hemi under glass, baby. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah. So, yeah, Sean, we are not the first ones to think about this. If you guys don't know Hemi under glass, it is a legendary hot rodded vehicle. It is I think it's a 67 Barracuda, and it has a Hemi in the back. That's exactly what we're talking about. And that's what I mean when I say it'd handle like Dookie, because this car was designed to have the weight up here, not over the rear wheels. What would be really fun is doing a 180 on the body and flipping the lights. Imagine driving on the freeway backwards. No, that's not my style, Tesla. That's funny, but I wouldn't do that to that car. Break out the TIG. Yeah, I gotta get better. I want to get MIG welding down first. Yep, Hemi under glass and a little red wagon. Look, dude, the motor is right behind the guy. See it right there? It's in the back seat, quite actually. Whoops. We can rebalance it for better street rod course manners. Sean, the more I think about it, dude, the more I kind of like the 5.7 with a torque tube. I mean, we'd probably have to lengthen the damn torque tube with like a 7-speed manual behind it. Can you imagine that car with 5.7 Hemi, rear axle? Like, we'd have to take an entire C7 crossmember and put it back. I got a better idea. Hold on, I just thought of something better. And Sean, you did talk about this a little bit earlier. Stuff. Am I wrong thinking a car should not be able to wheelie? It's okay, though. That car was built for purpose. It's designed to do wheelies. It's not even a drag racing car. It's just a cool car. It's just a car that's funny because it'll do wheelies down the entire drag strip. That's about all it's good for. Mid-mount the motor, shorten the torque tube, and everything becomes easier. Sean, as screwed up as this sounds, I would probably do that with a two-door. And the reason I would do it with a two-door is to piss people off. Because people would be like, you screwed up that two-door. I'd be like, yeah, I know. I know I did. You know, unlimited budget scenario with the crew cab Charger, with the current car that we're working on, I'd want to do something like, I want somebody, like, you pop the trunk, right, in the car, pop the hood. Maybe not the hood, but you'd look at the interior of the car and you'd look at it from afar and it just looks like another crappy 1960s four-door Chrysler. But how cool would it be to have a 5.7 in the front, torque tube with that, like a Tremec 6070 back there? That would be really cool. I mean, once again, we'd have to take the entire Corvette transaxle or make our own crossmember or something. I don't, that'd be cool. But we would also probably have to put a trans tunnel. We'd have to widen the trans tunnel in the rear pan and the rear footrests, which... Yeah, I'm not sure I like that. What I would honestly do is just cut the trans tunnel out of the front of the car, flip it 180 degrees, and weld it to the rear pan. But then again, at that point, I don't think the car would have a back seat, and it defeats the point of the crew cab, you know? What's the difference between MIG and TIG welding? MIG is metal inert gas and TIG is tungsten inert gas. So with a MIG welder, you have the welding gun, Nader, and then you have the wire coming out of the gun, and the welding gun has like a cup on it, right? And what it does is it flows argon and CO2 whenever you pull the trigger and the wire starts feeding. It flows argon and CO2 through it, so when that metal rod touches something, the welder will arc electricity through it. It'll melt the metal into place, and because you arced through the metal and it melted the metal, the feed wire, the gas around it, because it's mostly argon, is inert, and it'll prevent the weld from ionizing with the atmosphere, and that'll protect the metal when it melts into place, and it'll make it so it won't rust from the inside out. When you're using a flux core welder, you have to be careful about this kind of thing, because now with a flux core you don't have the gas, right? And the wire feed with a flux core welder, you know, when it arcs, should shield itself instead of gas flowing through it. Just the flux core has like an outer layer of some type of metal on it, and when it arcs through that outer layer kind of shields the metal rod, right? So flux welders are a little bit different than MIG welders. Yeah, the MIG welding has gas to shield it. Now, a TIG welder does the same thing, but a TIG welder has a tungsten tip, right? So what the TIG welder does is it just basically makes an electrical arc between what you're trying to weld and the tip of the TIG welding gun. Now, a TIG welder doesn't have any wire feeding in the gun. It doesn't do that. All a TIG welder does is basically make an electrical arc, and what you do with the TIG welder is you feed rod into the arc and melt it in place. It's much more like soldering, believe it or not. Like a TIG welder is like, it's a type of welding that's basically like soldering, but with a lot more power. Your soldering gun isn't just getting hot. You're moving the rod through an arc, right? And then the TIG welder does have gas. It shields the gas in the same way. Now, why would you use a TIG welder over a MIG welder? TIG welding is very, very useful in applications where you need to control heat. You've seen many times with the MIG welder when we're working on the dang car that I turn the voltage all the way down on the MIG welder and try to weld something and it blows right through it. There's too much voltage. So instead of the MIG welder basically arcing through the metal rod and melting the metal rod, it goes through the metal rod and some of the voltage goes into the metal and it arcs through that metal and completely obliterates it. You blow through. The TIG welder is much better for low heat applications. So welding aluminum, or stainless steel. Stainless steel, you got to be careful about heat. Aluminum, you have to be very careful about heat because aluminum melts at a very low temperature, right? So TIG welding is much better for aluminum because it's very easy to, you're not generating as much heat. And basically what you're doing is you're just making an electrical arc. You're making a circuit and then you feed the wire in, and the wire melts when it goes into the arc and kind of pools where you want it. TIG welding is an art, dude. That's something I'll get into after I really kind of master the MIG welder. That's like the next step. Yeah, TIG, on the TIG welder, that tungsten rod, the reason why it's tungsten is because it just has an electrical arc going through it all the time, right? If it was anything else, it would have just sapped that tungsten arc and it would have melted. But tungsten doesn't melt, right? Because it's very, very hard, very solid metal, and because it's so dense, it can absorb a lot of heat. It can well absorb the heat generated from the electrical arc that you're making. That's why it exists. So you hold the tungsten rod close to what you're welding, you make the arc, and then you feed the welding rod into the pool. Yeah, that's the difference. I'm trying to get a red-eye driveline for the Monte Carlo NASCAR to piss people off. Nice. Yeah, Sean, if you get one of those, you just let me know where you got it from so I can get one of those. I mean, like, that's the thing, dude. With something like the Crew Cab Charger project, everyone is everybody thinks like with an unlimited budget, oh, EJ would just put a Hellcat engine in it. No, I wouldn't want to do something like that. With an unlimited budget, maybe we take the Hellcat engine and we torque tube it to a Corvette transmission in the back and just make some completely ridiculous car. That would be super cool. I'm guessing stir welding is exactly that. All the heat is generated via friction rather than an arc. Yep. ITB 426 Gen 3 Hemi. 400 horse is all you need in this car. Yeah, Zeros, right now with not unlimited budget, that's really what I'm aiming for. I want 400 horse in this car. That's plenty for that chassis to be able to handle without some extensive modifications. That'll make the car fun. It'll make it fun to drive, and that is what I want to do. I want to drive it. It's not a race car. I want to make this the ultimate hot rod power tour cruising car. So my ideas for the Crew Cab Charger is to make something that you could get into, if you could have some fun with it, if you really want to hoon around with it, right? Like it'll do donuts, it'll do burnouts. It won't do the best burnouts, but it'll, if you put your foot down, it'll go. But also, I want this car to be something that you could drive very comfortably 70 miles an hour down the highway for extremely long periods of time. So we're going to need to upgrade the cooling. We're going to need to put air conditioning in this car. I want all the amenities. And if we can figure out the right transmission and the right rear diff and stuff, I would like this car to be able to get some relatively decent fuel economy. I'm thinking 20 miles per gallon highway would be perfect. That's fine. That's fine. 20 mpg is pretty bad, but you're not getting, I don't think there's any applications where we can make 400 horsepower, have enough to do burnouts, but also get 30 miles to the gallon, unless we wanted to put like a 4-banger in it from a Mustang, like a turbo Mustang, and I'm not doing that. With 16-inch wheel with less sidewall work. For ride comfort, I would prefer a bigger tire. That, and I think low-profile tires on 1960s cars look incredibly stupid. That's just a personal thing. Some people dig it. Some people think it's cool. I don't. I think that looks awful. It looks terrible that way. The SS with 420 real horsepower does 20 miles to the gallon. It has 411s, by the way. That's what I'm talking about. Torque tube to the ZF8 8-speed, and then use the LX platform rear subframe. Keep it Mopar. The ZF8. Is that a manual transmission? No, it's not. What is this thing? We would need a standalone ECU for this transmission, would we not, Sean? Your Scat Pack Challenger got 27 miles per gallon on the highway with the CF while weighing 4,200 pounds. Going to the shop. Yes, I know we got work to do, but this is some pretty cool theory crafting. I'm kind of about this. Yeah, the transmission application doesn't have to be a manual transmission, but I would like it to be a manual transmission. But you got to remember my rules, my stakeholder expectations for this car. I do not want to modify the shell in a way that's not reversible. So that kind of does limit us in our options a little bit for transmissions. I mean, that throws the Corvette thing out the window, but that was an unlimited budget scenario. They have a standalone trans controller for it. How much could we score one of those things for? Oh, actually not bad. Really? These transmissions are not expensive, guys. Huh. They range from $500 to $1,000. I'm not showing the shopping results because Google just feels the need to incessantly tell me where my zip code is. Like, these search results are based off of this. We know where you live. We hope these results are good for you. I'm like, yeah, they're not. But thanks for that. Really wish I could get rid of that. Like, not have that because, you know. It's like, we're trying to make things easier for you. I'm like, yeah, you're not. Yeah, you're not. Yeah, you could get into one of those for short money. How much? Let me just check. ZF8 transmission controller. I'm not putting paddle shifts in my car. We're not doing that. Now I'm wondering if that thing would fit in a B-body. That's the next, you would have to really screw with the trans tunnel. With that transmission, you really should. It'd be so damn good. Not doing an EV conversion, it's not the right type of car for that, Sig. That's not really my goal here. See, Sean, what I'm worried about is if we put an 8 HP in there, that's what it's called, I guess. That's what people call it, 8 HP, right? If we put that in there, if we have to modify the transmission, the torsion bar cross member, yeah, that could be a rabbit hole. I'm trying to see if we can find any pictures of someone doing that. Yeah, I know, Graham. It didn't used to be that way. Do a feasibility study. That's what, well, that's what you do. That's what you do when you do this. You do research. I mean, that sounds like the right application, but so, guys, the thing about this is, we gotta go. Here, hold on. The thing about this is that the trans tunnel has the torsion bar cross member. It has the torsion bar cross member in it. Here, this is the AMD thing. We're eventually, if we want to keep going with, you know, we're eventually going to have to buy one of these and put that in. Do you see this part right here? There's a serious structural hump right there. And if we have to make what's called the transmission tunnel, if we have to make it bigger for this transmission, if we get to a point where you have to cut and modify the torsion bar cross member, you're going to screw up the structure of the vehicle. This needs to be tied together, because this holds the suspension the front suspension in place. See that thing right there and that thing right there? That's the back part that's where the back of the front suspension picks up on the rest of the car. If that thing can move around and it's not structural, i.e. not connected, there's nothing that's triangulating your rear suspension, and your rear suspension can just your front suspension can just do this. You don't want that. What is that hump for? Well, Graham, it's that hump is connected to the transmission tunnel, and the transmission goes through it. The output shaft of the 904 goes through here. Like if you look at a Chrysler, you look at a Chrysler 904, right? Look at the output shaft. See, it's very thin back here because the transmission crossmember goes up and over. It goes over it right around here. So see where that mount is? That's the other thing. The torsion bar crossmember has bolt holes for it, and it's holding the back of the transmission in position. That doesn't leave you a lot of space for anything else. If we have to modify the pan, it's kind of going against my rules. But what is this? Swapping a 904 for a 727. Oh. See, a 727 would fit, but even then, at the end of the day, 727 is still a 3-speed. It's a 3-speed heavy-duty transmission. That will satisfy the 400 horsepower thing, because both of these transmissions can take 400 horse, no problem. But we'd have to get into some serious transmission tunnel modification if we wanted to put that CF8 in there. Because that's the ZF8. It is a much bigger transmission than the Chrysler stuff. It's way beefier because it's got 8 speeds instead of 3. These swaps have been done. I would need to see what they do regarding that crossmember and everything. Too many dreams. I'd say that ZF8s are very affordable. You could get one in decent condition, from what I can tell, for about $800, and then the standalone controller is about standalone controller seems to be about another $800. That's not too bad. Heck, dudes, if I'm understanding this right, if I'm looking at that bolt pattern right for the ZF8, that will bolt to the 318, and it'll definitely bolt to the 5.7 Hemi. Can you imagine? Carbureted 318 with an 8-speed transmission behind it? That would, that'd be pretty neat. Nobody would see that one coming. It'd be like, oh, what do you got in there? 3-speed? No, 8. Could you fit one that would fit the gearbox already into the Coronet chassis? Could you modify the ends that connect to the frame rails instead? Yeah, so what we would have to do is, if we're making the trans tunnel bigger, we would have to, what I would probably end up doing is, before we put this crossmember in, I would probably cut it right here and cut it right there and weld an extension. We'd need an extension piece in to make that loop taller and bigger. And then we would need a custom rear transmission mount. Because see, the rear transmission crossmember picks up right here. See how it's indented right there? The transmission crossmember bolts in there, and that holds the back of these transmissions in place. You see the back mounts are right there. So the rear trans crossmember would be right here. Bolts directly to the Gen 3. Pretty sure adapter plates are available for the older engines. Yeah. No, I mean, get a crossmember that already has a bigger hoop and make it fit into the Coronet. Changing the rear end to limited slip. Eventually we'll do that. Can't see me. I'd like an 8 1/4 with limited slip out back. Yeah, that's what I want. Like what guys, okay. To be very clear, I'm going to build this car in stages. And a lot of people are like, "Oh, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3." No. I'm going to build it in stages. Right now, what I'm doing is getting the shell solid enough to be a drivable vehicle again, because right now this thing is a rusty tin can going down the road. I'm pretty sure if we drove it, driving it in the condition that it was in, it would just, you went over a bump, rust would just fall out of the car. Probably the gas tank too at this point, the way the trunk pan was rusting, but that's another story. My goal right now, the base model, so our Falcon 9 1.0 of this car, is just getting the shell solid. And I'll probably keep the 318, the 904, and the 7 1/4 rear end in it just for now. Get that running. Just get it running and driving. Then down the road, actually, road because it's a car, right? Then we start planning the stage 2 build. The stage 2 build, I want the 5.7 Hemi. You want to put the 5.7 Hemi in and then maybe figure out this CF8 thing. But the thing is, dudes, is that if, once again, you're running into this problem here. If we do that, if we repair the floorboards in the car, which is rusty, and we repair the rear torsion bar crossmember, which, like, guys, it needs a new one. We got to cut that whole damn thing out. We got to put a new one in. If we do that, or when we do that, I don't want to put this nice new rear torsion bar crossmember in there and then have to cut that damn thing all up to do our stage 2 build. So maybe when we get to that point, when we start working in the floor pans of the vehicle and fixing that stuff, we could think about future-proofing it. But once again, that whole thing kind of violates my whole rule that I have for this car. And the rule that I have for this car is that I kind of want to not do something like that. I kind of want to keep the shell stock. Just texted you contact info the person to speak with about the ZF Gen 3 swaps. I don't get reception in here, man, but yeah, when I take a break in a little bit and I go outside, I'll check it out. Thanks, Sean. Appreciate it. I think if I keep my stock shell rules, the only thing that, if we keep the stock shell rules, the only thing that's really going to work for by fuel economy application is like an A833, the manual transmission that would have came in these cars in the 60s. Because I know that fits because it came in that car. But now we have to run into bolting a 5.7 to an A833, which wouldn't be too hard. And that would be pretty cool. But the car is an automatic from the factory. It's already kind of set up for an automatic, so who knows. Didn't you want to go in the shop like 40 minutes ago? Yeah, but this got my mind thinking. It's always, with project cars, dude, it's always good to think about this. But I've been doing a lot of talking lately and not enough working. So let me go fix the garage cam so it's not stuck on a picture of me with plumber's ass. And Peace Boy, 22-month resub. We'll get out to the shop and we'll start messing with this. I'm really not trying to spend your money, but that swap is so good. Sean, it really comes down to what we would need to do to the floor pan. And is it in the realm of my fabrication ability right now? Because I know what I would need to do, but I really got to get better at welding before we try to do something screwing around with a transmission like that. So here, let me go fix this. Stand by for loss of signal from the office as expected. That's just stuck on there. That's great. All right, be right back. Okay, how's the delay? That was Peggy 18. The hell is a kilometer? I don't know what Peggy 18 is. What is that, your crazy Euro rating system? I don't do that, man. Sorry, I'm putting the KSC trucker's hat away. I love that hat, and I don't want to get it dirty. No delay. Nice and classy. All right, cool. Rockets use metrics, not the ones that went to the moon. All right. I'm kidding. I don't care. You're already much better than you give yourself credit for. I don't know, man. Background workbench tour, please. I don't have cameras over there, dudes. Like, what I really need to do is figure out, I need to wire, like, wires up and over the shop to get a camera over there. So, like a workbench camera that I can mount that, you know, like on a tripod or something that can pivot so you guys can see the work that I'm doing in the vise and stuff. Peggy 18 is Hank Hill's favorite movie. Keep in mind that you started welding doing the hardest kind of welding. Thin, rusty metal, vertical and overhead position. Not easy stuff. You're pulling it off nicely. Cool. Attention to detail and willingness to learn go a long way. All right. Yeah, Sean, I didn't get it. I didn't pick up welding because I wanted to be bad at it. You know what I mean? Like PTZ that the moderators can control. Yeah, we got to figure that one out. I got to talk to DOS about doing that, dude. That'd be super useful. I asked last night, but I think you missed it. When SpaceX finished doing their renovations to 37, oh, dude, I read your question last night, Badger, but my mouth can't move as fast as my eyes can read. How quickly can they turn around a Starship? How many a day could they launch if they really went for it realistically? The EIS calls for 76 launches from Slick 37 in the coming years. They're permitted with no findings of no significant impact to the environment for up to 76 launches. So, Badger, if I had to guess, that means SpaceX is that's probably an overestimate, right? Just like they're permitted for 24 launches this year from Starbase and have done 3. You know what I mean? It's probably an overestimate. How much of an overestimate? I don't know, because when they finish Slick 37 next year or the year after, the Starship program is going to be completely different than it is now. They're going to be mass producing these things, right? So, yeah, it's kind of hard to say. Like, if we think, you know, if we think that the 20, I got to get to work, so just give me 1 second. If we think that, you know, they're permitted for 24, they've done 3, they'll probably do maybe 6 by the end of the year, maybe 7, maybe, like stretching it. So that's a quarter of that. I think if SpaceX decided to go ham on Slick 37, after Slick 37 is finished, taking into account that the Star Factory in Boca Chica will be operational for the most part, I would say in 2026, 2027, when it's done, I'd say 20 to 30 launches, like right off the bat, would probably be something that would be pretty easily achievable from them. Like I said, they're permitted for 76. There's no way SpaceX has the industrial capacity anytime soon to hit 76 Starship launches from the Cape, let alone 1 right now. Right? You gotta take that into account. But you'd also be a fool to think that SpaceX will never be able to hit that capability. I mean, look at the Roberts Road facility. Look at Star Factory. These are huge factories that are designed for mass production of spaceships, right? So you can reasonably extrapolate flight rate, I think, over time here. In 2023, we had, what, 1 flight. 2024, we had 5, right? 2025, it's going to 6 or 7, right? So they're increasing the flight rate steadily over time, right? Will Slick 37 be ready for the next Mars window? Maybe not a coincidence. I would think, Kyron, that that's most likely an internal timeline, yes. I think they want 39A done by the end of the year. I think Pad B will be done maybe another month or so, or Pad 2 at Boca will be done. If they get Slick 37 by the end of by November of 2026, they're in for the transfer window. I think that is an internal deadline. Whether it's doable or not, I don't know. Elon does crack the whip. That's what he does. But he sets very bold goals on purpose. Because if you set the goal high, right, and you complete half of it, you're still ahead of everybody else, right? SpaceX has been doing this for 20 years, and look at how far ahead they are. And they still set ambitious goals because you got to stay hungry, right? That's how aerospace is. You have to stay hungry in this business, because if you rest on your laurels, you're going to A, get somebody killed, or B, end up sucking at what you do and fade into stagnation. Zizep, the current EIS for 37 calls for 2 pads with potential provisions for 2 catch towers. That's what it calls for now. If I had to guess, those catch towers will eventually become full launch pads. So Slick 37, I think, is going to have 4, at least initially. 4 pads from Slick 30, well, not initially, like eventually, Slick 37 will have 4 pads, and then I think 39A is going to have a launch and a catch tower that will eventually turn into a 2-pad complex for Starship. Dude, we're looking at a spaceport. Spaceport, man. It's a freaking spaceport. Slick 37 was the old Delta Heavy pad. Yep, they demolished it yesterday, dude. Yep. Das would know how to do that. Yeah, Rarest, I know. The PTZ camera that we had lined up to do this is currently at South, at Starbase. Das brought it to Starbase by accident and put it on South. So, yeah. The PTZ camera at NASA's South site is the camera that was supposed to be in the shop, but that's okay. Yeah, that's fine. Daz is like, oops. I'm like, dude, I don't care. It's fine. All right, let's get to work, dudes. So let me just make sure all the cameras are working. All right, so here's where we're at. All systems can set you up with the camera stuff too if you need. All right, Tally, good to know. Yeah, you guys will just have to take a vacation down here. I live 15 minutes from the beach, by the way, so, you know, incentives. Incentives. You literally installed a PTZ in the garage yesterday. Why don't you guys come down here in the summertime, dude? We'll figure it out. All right. So, here's where we're at. Here's the update. Man, VOD watchers are gonna kill me, dude, because I sat here for a freaking hour talking to you guys. Somebody's watching the YouTube VOD. First of all, thank you for watching this whole thing. Second of all, I know I like talking and I like communicating with chat. It helps me get my mind straight before we start doing this stuff. We had a little bit of a problem. The leaf spring perch over here we figured out was totally junk, and we have a gigantic hole in the frame rail right there. What I'm going to start out doing here, guys, is cleaning all of this. We're going to clean all of that. I'm going to clean it all up. I'm going to get we're going to get the grinding wheel out. We're cleaning all this crap up, getting all the old undercoating off of it, making sure that this frame rail is straight. I do not want any more surprises like this. This pissed me off yesterday. Not because it's there, right? This car is old. It's going to rust. It pissed me off because I missed it. I missed that. I look at this and gave this a clean bill of health, which that's just a colossal screw up on my part. This all needs to be fixed, but the first thing we got to do is clean up the entire rail. Just buy a new car. It's so much easier. No. All right. I'm going to get the jacket, the welding jacket out, because trying to get this freaking undercoating off, and I'm going to get the respirator out. Yeah, I don't know if you guys already hear it. And I'm going to get the welding jacket out and the face shield and stuff, because this
grinding this undercoating off makes an incredible amount of dust. And the dust, I'm pretty sure, it was applied in the 1960s, and I'm fairly confident it's probably not good for you. So I'm getting the respirator and everything on here. And where we're going to start is down there, getting all this crap off of there. I'm going to go all the way, we're going all the way up. Luke, I am your father. La 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 la. Oh, I've interrupted happy time. Da 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 da. Do a Bane impression. You were merely adopted into the rust. I was born into it, molded by it. Me to the leaf spring perch. Brother, one of us needs to stay behind. That's the only way they'll think that this was an accident. You merely adopted the tism. I was born into it, molded by it. In my childhood, everything was about trains. I like trains, and if you don't really have the tisms. Epics, when you restored your 69 FJ40, cool truck, dude. I had the frame sandblasted and then pour 15, best decision you ever made. I'm not saying I couldn't do pour 15 here. What I'm saying is, yeah, I'm probably with you. Whatever we do, I'm going to find some type of solution that makes sure this thing never rusts again. Because the amount of work that I put into this damn thing, I want it to last another 56 years, you know? Like, I really just, yeah, it would suck to go and finish this thing and take it on a damn road trip and then have the frickin' thing just rust. That would just piss me off. I'm with you on that one. You know, maybe if we get the shell rolling, I don't know. You think we could? I mean, sandblasting the metal that we replaced isn't going to hurt anything, right? Like, maybe once we finish the shell, dude, send the thing out, get it sandblasted. You know, that might not be the worst idea. Anyway, okay, last thing I need here is my hearing protection, because the grinder is loud and annoying. And I've already damaged my hearing by listening to music too loud and going to concerts when I was younger. So, you know, mostly just listening to music loud, less concerts. By the time I started going to concerts, it's already gone. Sometimes, I'm telling you, man, sometimes people say things and all I hear is the teacher from Charlie Brown just wop, 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 wop. I'm like, that's good. Yeah, no, I know. And they're like, you have to go to the bathroom? And I'm like, oh, yeah, I know. Because all I heard was... Okie dokie. All this crap needs to go. We're starting the outside, and we'll work our way around to the inside. On the outside, around the outside. Come on, dude. I need to get another light here, dude. So I can see what the heck I'm doing. Man, this stuff is really thick. I'm wondering, it seems to be a rubberized coating. I'm wondering if maybe we should hit it with the heat gun first and then scrape it off. You know? If it's rubberized, you should be able to get at most of it. Are you working on a new type of music? Mic is peaking. That's all it is. The grinder is making weird noises. It's undercoating. It's something that they applied on the car back in the day to prevent it from rusting. Now, the parts that they actually caked with this stuff actually survived. The problem is they didn't get the back of the car, from what I can tell. They undercoated a part of the car that doesn't rust. Huh. Just as you already know, I had to patch lots of rust in the frame before sandblasting. Yeah, it won't bother it. Yeah. Sandblasting, just make it a nice clean surface before applying protective material so you're not doing it over again in 20 years. Yeah, Necros. Yeah, I got you, man. Yeah, once I get the shell nice and good to go, I probably should do that. I mean, technically I'm doing it out of order. The best time to sandblast this thing would have been before I started taking the damn thing apart, but... Good morning, Dorothy J. Hello. You know what? Give me the heat gun. Give me the heat gun, dudes. Give me the heat gun, and I'm gonna get a chisel. Where are my chisels? Where are my chisels? Oh, there we go. Where's the remote? I was looking for the damn... Oh, there it is. You betrayed me, Obi-Wan. You turned her against me. You have done that yourself, Anakin. Oh, I hate you. Oh. Man, did Anakin have some I'm 16 and angry at my father syndrome or what? Trying to see if this is quicker than the damn grinding wheel, because this stuff is caked on super thick right here. Nah. Grinding wheel's way faster. Okay, back to the wheel. We got it all up on the bottom of the frame wheel, flames and everything. So the good news is it's pretty much looks okay. The rest of the rail looks alright. Well, that still looks pretty good. But we haven't uncovered all of it yet. I want to get it down to at least over here, guys, because yeah, it's not going to rust forward to that. Now, granted, this is probably what I should have done from the start. But it's a learning process, right? So. Okay. Moving down a little ways. This must be my new YouTube channel. Will it drown? I thought I found some rust, but it was just more the rust converter, or not the rust converter, this undercoating or whatever. Almost got all this schmutz off the bottom. We're close. Oh, that's just it. Okay, never mind. some of that stuff really doesn't want to come off. Good news is that this is all really nice metal. It's pretty damn good. And the only real respirator. The only real problem is that it's pitting where that leaf spring mount was, the leaf spring perch that we took off. It's pitting pretty bad, and it's got a damn hole in it. Other than that, the rest of this looks pretty okay. It's not too bad. I need another light. That light ran out of batteries, even though I had it plugged in. All right, almost there. Dude, they caked this stuff out on this side. It is really thick. The stainless steel brush is having trouble going through it. Maybe if I flip the direction of the disc, hold on. Put the thing in backwards and try it this way. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's much better. It's really eating through it now. Yeah, I'm just moving the light. Almost done. I'm gonna flip the. We're wearing off a lot of the stainless steel brush. This stainless steel wire brush is getting to its last legs. That's probably why it's getting a little more difficult to do this. All right, dudes. Well, that's one side. I got it up to the exact same spot that it is on the other side. I didn't clean the whole rail, but we got most of it. We're probably going to have to end up cleaning the whole thing eventually, but that's what I'm talking about. Oh, sorry about the light, dudes. Sorry, I should have thought about that. How's it look? Here, I'll get you guys a close-up look. Take a peek. Those ripples right there are the result of the stamping process. Nothing more. There's the pitting. Right there, we knew about that. And that's what we found yesterday. That's my terrible seam weld. We will fix that. But for the most part, the side looks pretty good. I'm wondering if those marks right there, I'm wondering if those are pitting or if that's a result of the manufacturing process. I think it's okay. Bottom of the rail is fine. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Cool. That satisfied me for this side. Now we got to do the other side. The other side. Just got to clean all down there, and we have to get that old exhaust hanger off there. It looks good, dudes. Yeah, this side looks good. Anyway, yeah, she looks all right. She don't look too bad. The other side is what we're going to have to get at, and I'm going to grind it down to the same point, just to be absolutely sure. Yeah, but yeah, good thing is that I didn't get any crap on me. Nothing else to get rid of that except the grinder. Using an angle grinder as a brush looks wild. What would you recommend? What would you use for this? I don't understand. What should I use? No idea. I suppose I could use the drill, but the drill doesn't hook up to that stainless steel disc the stainless steel brush that I got doesn't hook up to it. It's not the right piece. I like the angle grinder, dude, because it has really high RPM. It spins really fast, so it gets rid of smuts real quick. So the grinder works though. Yeah, never change a running system. Yeah, exactly. Get one of those. What's that? The silicon carbide center mount painter remover disc. Oh. Yeah. Dude, I don't even know. I might have one. Nah, I just have grinding wheels. Grinding wheels, flap discs, and cutting wheels. Unless, hold on. Let me check one thing. Nah. No, nothing that I particularly like. All right, get back to work. I want to finish this. Okay. You got lights. First thing we got to do is get rid of that. We broke it. I broke the bracket yesterday, and that bolt is rusted off in there. So give me a second. Sorry, I was on the wrong camera. That bracket, the bolt's broken. So, you know, we'll fix this problem right now. Okay, cool. All right, I don't generally like using gloves with the cut-off disc, but this is just going to create so much schmutz kind of about it. All right. Excellent. No more exhaust mount. Cool. I mean, I have another type of wire brush for this thing, guys, if you wanted to try something different. I have the cup. See the cup? We could use that. It would be a little strange being on the end of a, yeah, like you said, it looks strange being on the end of this thing, but nice camera. Oh, man. The extension cord got tangled up and it yanked the wire out. Okay. Yeah, I got the exhaust hanger out. Sorry. You know, I think if we keep doing this, I'm going to splurge a little bit and get some battery powered tools. We'll splurge a little bit and get some battery powered tools so I don't have to deal with a frickin', so I don't have to deal with that. Okay. Let me get in there and we'll go. Here we go. Man, this doesn't work as well as the stainless bracelet. Oh, found a pinhole. Cables are still tangled. Iobi is good. Well, I already have Milwaukee with my impact wrench, so I want to stick to them, and that's what I already have. So fellas, there's not nearly as much undercoating on this side as there is on the other side, which tells me that the undercoating was applied. This was applied to a car from the dealership. All the undercoating here was applied from the dealership, because that means if there's not as much here, that means it's because the gas tank was right here. This is where the gas tank goes. So that tells me that this was a dealer option or something for the car. Which did happen at the time. Like, oh, you want me to upsell you on the undercoating? It's literally the protection plan for cars. That's how they did things in the 60s. Like, oh, would you like to buy the undercoating? It's only $2 more. I don't know, dude. That's kind of a cheap price. There's a little bit of spare in this right here, but it's not too bad. Surface pitting at best. Like, it's not anything that paint wouldn't fix. Getting skewered with the freaking wire brush. I gotta stand up. I gotta get at some of this rust here. Not bad. Not bad. Luke, I am your father. How is there still mouse house in here? This is ridiculous. All right. Just gonna get the tops of the rail right here and then we're good.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
There we go. Okay. No rot. Just a little pinhole right there, guys. That's all. Cool. Let me just hit it with the palm sander. Huge descent. Okay. 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 Whatever. There you go. The frame reel's good. It's nice and clean. It's only a little pinhole in it. Other than that, other than the rot that we found yesterday, there's... Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Hang on. I think my butt hit the other frame rail. Did I rip my pants? No, I didn't. Okay, cool. Now, fortunately, with the headset, you're not gonna know if there's desync or not. That got the guy for the undercoating upcharge, and honestly, I'm glad he got it. If this car didn't have that undercoating, I am fairly confident this thing would have been in a junkyard by probably the end of the 70s. Glad to see you got a good respirator. Thank you. Yeah, no, dude, God knows what's on that undercoating. For all I know, it's like asbestos, cancer. Yeah, that's the end of the sentence. It's like asbestos, cancer. Sorry, I'm just cleaning up the respirator real quick. Got spray away wipes, or the spray away, and I'm gonna wipe it off. I don't have the spray away wipes. This thing was dirty, dude. Couldn't see nothing. I think it's asbestos that has, yeah, it's not good for you. Okay. I'm just gonna take a breath of fresh air outside, dudes. Put the faceplate right there. Maybe shake it off. Shake it off. Oh, man. Dude, you know that, you guys know that scene in The Sandlot where the vacuum cleaner blows up in the kid's face and he shakes himself off and all the dust comes off? That, but me right now. I'm just cleaning the respirator. All right, they're clean. Look at my damn floor. Oof. Some vacuuming is probably in order. Killing me, Smalls. That's a lot of poo-poo on the floor. Yeah. I'm gonna cool off for a second. We're gonna clean up the workspace. Get all the wires out of the way. Camera fared okay. We should have put the plate, the plate in front of it, but whatever. All right, undo the drill there. Move all this out of the way. No, you shouldn't pick up a drill like that, but it's fine. Okay. This is now a vacuuming stream. Do you love it? Yikes. You bet. Concur.
Okie dokie. There was a lot of schmutz. A lot of schmutz. So much so that the vacuum didn't really want to pick up some of the larger stuff. So, gotta get the broom out. Let me get the broom and the dustpan and we'll go from there. Don't worry, the biggest chunks that we didn't get right there are parts of that exhaust hanger. And yeah, just more rust. This was some frame rail right there. Some exhaust hanger, some bolt, a lot of welding wire. You know, just as one does. You know, one thing that I'm learning real fast. Like you see people do all this. You see it on YouTube. You see it on TV. If you like this stuff, you don't see this part. This is a dirty freaking job, a very dirty job. But you know, it's gonna be worth it when we're driving down the road in this thing. This is a very involved process, but that's okay. That's why we do it, because it's fun. If it was easy, everyone would do it. Somehow watching you vacuum never gets old, kind of like a booster landing. Clean job is a good job. Cheers. Oh, thanks, bud. Oh, I really appreciate you there. Into the garbage. Okay. Into the garbage with you. Okay. All right. Sweet. Nice and clean. Oh, you know, I should probably, well, I was going to say vacuum out the middle of the frame rail. But, you know, we'll probably do that when we're done. Probably vacuum out the center of that when we're finished. Because we're going to make a mess with the welder in there, and it needs to be cleaned up and painted anyway. Might as well do it. Might as well do it in a second. So, how does this rail look? Pretty good. There are some scaly parts over here that the wire disc or the cup disc didn't really get. But for the most part, guys, I found one pinhole right there, and that's it. Everything else looks fine except for my terrible welds over here, but don't worry. That will be cleaned up when I weld the rear cross member in. We'll give this another send off here. So what I'm going to do now is take a cloth and some brake clean, and I'm going to clean the surface up, and then we're going to hit it with Steel It for now. Just gets all the crap, any crap that's left on there, gets it off. You don't want like rust particles, right, on the rail, right? And then you paint it, and that stuff, the paint traps that. You want to make sure you're painting on a clean surface. Now the brake clean will take a second, and then it'll evaporate. It has acetone and a bunch of other stuff. You really shouldn't get it on your hands, but let's be real, that ship sailed for me a long time ago. So you don't want brake clean on your hands, but it's not a big deal if you get it on there, but there are health risks, just be advised. All right. Let me fix the desync. Give me 1 second. Wait. Oh yeah, there's a lot of desync. I'll be right back. Okay. He must have built up an immunity to brake clean. I wash my hands with brake clean, dude. In Minecraft. What I meant to say is that I wash my hands with brake clean in Minecraft. Yeah, in Minecraft. That's what I mean. All right. Sorry, I gotta pick my nose real quick. I got schmutz up in there. Use the back side of your shirt if you do it. There, got all the boogies out. Airways are nice and clean. Just don't do it in California and you'll be fine. Yep. All right. Oh man, I got the boogies. Guys, that surface is still kind of rusty. The disc didn't really take off. I mean, you could still see there's still a lot of surface rust on there. And that surface rust was where they didn't get, like you could definitely see it like right there. That surface rust was where they didn't get with the undercoating. Now you can see once again, those 4 holes are there to spot weld the leaf spring perch in. When, you know, and we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But yeah, especially around those holes, it's still a little schmutzy. You know what I mean? Still a little schmutzy. I'm not gonna hit it with the grinder. We'll probably use the sander, which is annoying because I just cleaned everything up, but it's okay. Let me get the sander and the face shield. Now the sander has a vacuum in it. It makes a vacuum, so it sucks in all the caca. So let me just see if we can just get in here with the sander. But yeah, this rail looks okay. It's really not bad. I mean, this taught me a pretty valuable lesson, dudes. Don't assume. And that's something that's consistent in spaceflight too. I shouldn't assume just because this rail looked fine that it was. I looked at it, I once over it, and you know, it looked okay, but then we actually went and verified it, and it was narrated. It was in fact not okay. I might need to get at that with the stainless steel flapper. Might need to get at it a little bit more, dudes. It's still really rusty. I want that thing to be like a high mirror shine though, you know? They're dumping gravel in the area for the Gigabay today. Seems like they're moving extremely fast. Yeah. So so Trey, I don't know if it was you or somebody else, but somebody mentioned to me that they were putting down what looked like tarps down there. So that's called a permeable layer. You put down a tarp at the very Oh yeah, this is just messed up too now. What the? Oh, we're back to plumber's ass, I see. The computer blue screened, guys. Camera just loves my butt, I guess. Yeah, I guess so, man. Why did it have to? Why does it have to freeze frame on this? What the hell? PC too hot? I don't know, man. Let me. It blue screened. Driver lesser or equal or whatever. So it's a driver problem. I haven't updated the drivers on that computer in a long time. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Guys, don't worry, it's good. It's good. Windows is updating the computer. Don't worry. Everything's gonna be fine. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think the computer likes all that car does. Maybe. I should probably we'll probably clean it when we yeah. We should probably clean it. Nice butt. I know, dude. I mean, it's more love handles than anything, but you know, it's good. It's good. You know, I got a little dad bod. Just waiting. This is why I schedule updates in the middle of the night. I mean, Gwen, it blue screened. I don't know what to tell you. It's the calendar shot of EJ. Yeah, all right, great. The Windows update just proves that EJ has junk in the trunk. Nice. All right. Let me restart this. I'll be right back. Dude, it's just one of those days where everything's trying to fight you. I'm telling you, man. I think what I think this is the universe telling me to not go so fast working on the car. Go slow and take your time. You know? How are we synced up? Good? Yeah, it seems all right. You guys tell me, though. Sync is good. When was the last time you blew out that computer? Probably when I moved into the shop, dude. Oh no, I did it when we cleaned the shop like 3 or 4 months ago. Yeah, I blew it out then. I cleaned this whole thing up, dude. Windows noises. Do I love PC gaming? No, I love it when Windows doesn't bother me in the middle of a show. So, you know. Oh look, it unmuted system sounds. Wow! You know, just... Do I even own the software that I bought, quote unquote, from you? Like,
It doesn't seem like it. Seems like this is a subscription service at this point. Hi everyone, Elon Ma. No problem. Driving my Tesla. I love you. Wow, wow. All right, so I really didn't. I got a wedgie again, dudes. I'm sorry. I got a wedgie. I don't care. I'm sorry. If you want me to stop, just say. But I'm not gonna stop. Windows will just crash your computer to install the updates if you have them delayed too much. Shub, I'm pretty sure that's what happened. It blue screened, and then it went from the blue screen to, oh, Windows, we got to update your computer. Look, are you ready to experience Windows 11? No? Here, let me help you set up this software. Here, do you want to do this thing that you don't need? No. Oh, well, what about this other thing that you don't need? Well, what about the cloud? What about the cloud? Well, what about the cloud? Get that off the damn screen. I don't care about the freaking cloud. I don't even have a Microsoft Cloud account. Or maybe I do. Don't know. Don't care. Trying to fix my stupid car. Okay? What happened to my freaking car? My car is rusty to bejesus and back. You need a managed installation. Ring me if you need assistance. I don't know. To be honest, I'm just kind of making a bit out of this. I don't really care. Like, yeah. So you're doing an early space news, or you're doing the car until flame trench? Car until flame trench, dude. But I'm always down to talk about space. I'll take a couple minutes and do it. But we got to make steady progress here. So we got our first objective done. First objective is done. Frame rail is pretty clean. I still don't like how much rust is on there, to be honest with you. Hi everyone, Elon Ma. No problem. Driving my Tesla. I love you. Wow, wow. Yeah, I don't like the amount of rust that's in there, but ain't no thing. I think, you know, because that pinhole is there, like, and when I say rust, I don't mean like rot or anything. You just, like, look, you could see it. The part of the frame rail looks like the surface of Mars. ATHF references that most people probably aren't getting. Yep. You know, let me get the face shield on. And we got most of the schmutz off, so I'm going to just put the face shield and the hearing protection in. And I'm just going to hit this with the stainless wire wheel again. I'll take the cup off of the brush, or that was a sentence. I'll take that off, and I'll put the stainless thingy-me-do. You guys know the stainless thingy-me-do? I'll put that back on. This thing seems to give her a nice polish. Okay. It's really kind of the polish that I'm looking for, mate. All right, and it's just the front of the back of the frame rail for the car, but the front for this shot, it's just up here. Just gonna give it a quick zap. Oh. Oh. All right, here we go. This should clean it up. That camera work? All right, cool. So satisfying. How much metal is left on this? A lot. Jim, the stainless steel brush is only designed to remove Mars regolith. You understand? You pick it up when I'm laying down, buddy? Okay. All right. Nice. Now this is good. See, we got all the scale off. I love that thing. I bought that stainless steel brush on a whim. And I was like, you know, this could do some work because it's stainless. It's harder metal. Plumber's butt again. Much better. Much, much better. Yeah, that really cleaned it up. It looks good. All right, cool. So now live streaming X, nice. The office chair is a paid actor. Oh.
Echo.
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 Dude,
Did you see it? It's
Wait.
wait.
Can you hear me twice? Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember. I can feel it coming in the air. All right. Hold on. Hold on.
All right, it should be gone now. But I see no reason why we can't get rid of all the rust. All right, yeah, that really cleaned it up. You know, you guys just can't say that you're stuck on the scene. You gotta bust my balls somewhere. Oh, the chair really loves this. Oh, thanks, bud. Yeah. I'm stupid. All right, so side of the rail. We're gonna hit with some steel it here. I just don't want that to flash at all. So let me get the respirator out because we're gonna be spraying a lot here. Respirator out, safety glasses. You don't need a face shield for this. Darth EJ. Rise, Darth Kerman. What have I done? So, do you guys think Anakin Skywalker is schizophrenic? Like, kind of. You know, like the more I think about Star Wars, like, guy that acts impulsively. I mean, bipolar at the very least. Like, at the very least. How's the bottom of the rail holding up? Bottom rail's actually pretty good, dude. Yeah. Just speaking to you in a language your masshole brain will understand. I said I resemble that remark. Okay. Brake clean the rail. Get it nice and clean. The bottom of the rail is fine, guys. Like, if you want to take a look, I can show you. Just let me know. Let's get the brake clean. Like, that rail looks really good, right? Like, it looks pretty clean, especially after the stainless, right? But watch this. Take the brake clean and, right? And then just do one good wipe back and forth. Look, see all that? It wasn't clean. And, you know, as we finish metalwork and we get into painting and sealing and stuff, yeah, you'll see what I'm talking about. You really gotta prep the surface. That's the cleanest that thing has been since the factory. Now, on this side, dudes, I'm not going to spray the whole thing because there's metal we need to patch. And that's the next thing up. The part of the rail that is nice and clean, we will spray. So, with that all being said, just give the brake clean a second to evaporate, and we'll get to steel it and we'll go. Are you planning on de-rusting the leaf springs? Yeah, eventually. So I'm using Steel It. This is weld through primer. Super, super useful stuff. I'm gonna move you guys away. I don't want any paint flashing to the lens. So we'll zoom in instead. With this can, with Steel It, you really want to stay far away. Nice. Looks wicked good, dude. So let me just... I got the frame rail. All right, she's nice and clean. Here. Now, what I got to do is take a paper towel, clean the tip of the Steel It can, and spray it upside down inside of my little paint booth. And then it's nice and clean and ready to be reused again later. Now, if you really wanted to really be safe, you would wait for the ventilation system to suck all the paint fumes out so you never smelled the paint. I got a fan over there, it's pulling the fumes out, but yeah. Dude, look at the inside of this rail. Here, look at that. Nice. Wait, what are those lines? Are those lines waves in the frame rail, or is that just me caking too much steel in it? Oh no, it's a little wavy. She's a little wavy, but those waves are left over from the stamping process, dude. You'd be hard pressed to find this thing better from the factory. Like, what made that frame rail is a gigantic stamping press. And that stamping press, when you stamp it, sometimes the metal doesn't, sometimes the metal doesn't conform exactly to what you want. Like, the other thing is that maybe the tool and die set for this thing was, maybe the tool and die set for it wasn't, was used. I mean, this was 69, so the B-body was first engineered in 1960, so this was 9 years into making this frame rail. Mopar made these frame rails with their tooling from 1960, or well, it's more like 62, 63, to all the way till 1976. So the tooling will, the thing that stamps it, with the stamping die will, you know, wear over time. So see that wave in the rail down the bottom? That could be what happened here. You have to replace your tooling every once in a while. Yeah, there's a little bit of waviness at the bottom, but that's okay. It's fine. The other thing is the shadow. The rest of it is the shadow that the frame rail's casting. Like, if you look at it from here, when I change the lighting, dude, she is mint. That's really good. It's just that one pinhole right there, but we can zap that up. Not worried about that. Spot welds for the frame reinforcement. The frame reinforcement tab that's in there, those spot welds look fine.
The ones for there look fine. It's not pitted at all. Just a little bit of schmutz right there. And I'm willing to bet that that's there because of that stupid exhaust hanger that was there. It probably trapped water up against the frame and rusted it. And you can tell that this is all bulging a little bit. We'll flatten it out. We can flatten it out with the flat stock and a hammer, make it look good. Now, and then there's my 3 plug welds for my backing plate here. Paint's a little wet. It's all right, doesn't matter. That's a big screw up when we actually, like, if we were actually like painting this for real. That's bad. We're gonna grind this down, and I'll probably redo the seamage all up in here, and I'll definitely redo the plug welds. Those plug welds are ass. They're really bad. Now the other side of the frame rail, once again, I didn't paint all of it because there's the spots where we got to do metal work here. So I didn't get all of it, but the parts that I did get, she looks fine. I am not worried. That is completely okay. That is the side of the car. I really can't get a good angle from here. That's the best I can do. Best I can do. Once again, there's a little bit of waviness in the metal, but that's okay. That's fine as long as it's not rusty. Waviness is okay. Once again, these are probably stamped on the stamping press that had been going for a little while. The tooling does degrade over time. It happens. But it's still straight. Metal's pretty good, man. I am not upset. I just wanted to be sure there's no more surprises. Yeah. Just want to be absolutely sure. Oh, I got a steel at the bottom of the rail. Crap, I forgot to do that. All right. Hold your breath. Did you hold your breath? I love the smell of primer in the morning. Yeah, baby. All right, first objective of the day completed. The next one is fixing that. Oof. Okay. I'm going to take a second here. We'll talk it out for a moment. Okay. So, what we got to do, we got to fix that hole. That's what we're doing. And the other thing that I'm going to do is my seam weld for my frame rail extension is caca. This is no good. It should be fine. I'm not satisfied with it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not satisfied with this. Some of these plug welds are actually okay. Those ones are ass. They're terrible. Yeah, we're going to need to redo this part right here, because once again, this needs to be flat, because that's where the leaf spring flange. See those 2 holes? 1 and 2? Here, I'm going to move the tripod down. You guys will be able to see it better at a lower angle. See the 2 holes? The 2 drilled holes, not the big one. See? 1 and 2. That's where the spot weld hole is. See my finger? Look at my finger. See that? So this area it's pitted inward. It's too thin. We're going to need to cut all that out. But we got to be careful, because if we look inside the rail, it is pitting right here up against this piece, up against the the reinforcement. This is just to make sure the frame rail doesn't bend where the leaf spring adheres to it, makes it nice and strong. So we got to fix this abomination, and I want from here back to look as good as here forward. All right, I didn't paint over here. We steel it. We did some steel it up there. I purposely didn't paint back here because we got some work to do. Yeah. So we got to also redo the flange up here. The flange is no good. See? That's not great. This, that was my first kind of clue that this leaf spring perch was struggling. It wasn't doing good. I thought I blew out the metal with the grinder initially, but if you look, there's definitely pitting. So the grinder will just make this look nice and smooth and thin. But you see how there's a lot of holes right where my finger is? That's rust. Or more importantly, that's rot. There's pitting, which means there's pitting down here, which means there's pitting over there. Because water goes down. Right? Because of that whole gravity thing. Assuming you ordered a new right side perch. Yep. How does one fix a black hole? How do you kill that which has no life? Play World of Warcraft. Somebody's trying to destroy the world of Warcraft. All right, so this is our real problem area. So the thing is, the metal is thinned so much that it's pretty much, you can see the reinforcement bracket. It's right here. My finger's touching the front of it. Like here, if I move the light, see what I mean? You can see the front of it. So the metal is so damn thin right there. I don't even think drilling the spot welds is going to do us any good. I think we should flap disc this thing down to the reinforcement and then cut it. We should probably cut right here. That's a little pinhole right there that we can, it has the backing plate up against it, so we can seam that up and fix it. And if we cut back here, basically right in front of my crappy plug weld, we can just basically put a plate right there, just a square. We can put a plate, we drill 2 holes in the plate so we can plug weld back to our reinforcement, right? And then we have a nice flat surface here. It'll end up looking like over here, minus the crappy plug welds. Yeah, I think that's what we need to do. So this is going to require some grinding. We got to grind this stuff down, and I have to redo that seam. That seam is nowhere near consistent enough for my taste at this point with my current level of quote-unquote expertise for welding. This was the first seam weld that I did, and you can tell it's really bad. I even missed over there. That's not welded to anything. It's just some weld sitting on this flat plate. So, and then I didn't even get that down here, and there's holes. There's holes going through the bottom. That's good. This is a terrible seam weld. I mean, it's not going anywhere, but that's mostly because of the backing plate. This is really not doing anything. Yeah, that's really not doing much. So we do need to do a little bit of welding. I got to patch this up, right? Yeah, we got to patch that up. And then, so we got to do grinding. We got to grind all this crap. We got to cut that out. This is junk. There's no saving that. That's way too thin. So we need to replace the flange from here back. That's not bad. It should just be a straight piece right here. So we got to cut that out. We have to weld up that pinhole right there. Right? We'll rosette weld it and it'll work like another plug weld. We got to grind all this stuff down, including the plug weld that we're going to do there. And then we have to figure out where we're going to cut to make our patching plate. When we make the patching plate, we got to drill 2 holes there for the spot welds. Just tiny ones, so they fit right there and right there. So we spot weld it back to that frame reinforcement. Once again, the whole goal is to just get this area nice and flat. It needs to be flat because this is where the leaf spring perch like butts up against this. If we don't have a flat surface, when we go to weld this back in, there's going to be air pockets in here. And guess what happens? Guess what happens? Water gets into those air pockets and rusts it from the inside out, like that, like this, see? Now, from the factory, it probably wasn't as bent up as this, to be honest. From the factory, though, they probably just butted bare metal up against bare metal and called it a day. They made them cheap. They didn't paint it. Why? Why would you paint it, right? So they made them cheap. And what happened is water got in there, got against the bare metal rusted, and it bowed the metal out, except around the spot welds where it was welded together. And that's why you get all this waviness in the rail. Like the waviness that we saw up at the front of the rail from the stamping process, that right there, I touched it again. That's good. Just screw up the paint. Why don't you just contaminate it? Right, the waviness up there from the rail on the bottom right there, that's from the stamping process. This is from rust. Not great, Bob. Not great, Bob. Now, the front mount area, where the leaf spring mounts to the front, you can see the spot welds for the reinforcement. That all seems okay. And to be honest, when I did this a little bit, when we ground this down, it did look pretty pitted, and it is right there. There was some rust right in this area. You could see where it was, where the water kind of seeped down and in. But now that we've painted it, it actually doesn't look too bad. I might be able to put the dolly back here and just hammer that all back into place. As long as it's flat, I don't really care. The metal looks thick. It's just a little pitted on the front right there. That's not a problem, though. The metal in between, though, is just fine. This is perfect metal. Any metal, guys, that you see that, like I said, that waviness, right? Or, take a look. See the etching? This stuff? See these waves right there? That's left over from the stamping as well. And you do see that same kind of groove. I'm guessing this was stamped on probably a worn out die, because you see there's a big wave in the frame rail right there. But this etching process is left over from the stamping. This stamping, because of this stretching right here, was probably done slow. So it was probably like, it wasn't like a big, like just boom, hammer it right into position. This was probably done slow on a slower press. And that's what left those stretch marks, because it was slowly bent into position. Okay, I'm done talking. Let's get the welder out. First thing I'll do, is get the welder. I'm going to give you guys the face shield, and I will have another one too, and we'll zip this up. That's the first thing we'll do. So we'll patch that, grind this down, make everything smooth, re-weld that, redo the plug welds right there, redo the seam weld, patch that hole right there, and then we take the flap disc to all this. I flap this metal off. We get this down to the reinforcement, right? Get it down to the reinforcement, and then we get the cutting wheel. We cut this. Zoom you guys out a little bit. We get the cutting wheel and we zip from here, just on the outside of this plug weld, from here to about here, replace it with a new plate. We can butt the plate up against the reinforcement right here, get it nice and flat, seam it here, seam it here. I want this done before the flame trench, so I'm going to shut up and go. You guys are going to enter the matrix here in a second, okay? Wedding band check, it's off. Grind it and then weld. We could do that. Why would I hold my breath? It's bubblegum flavored. Yeah, that's a good point. I feel like the rot goes all the way back to the seam. It might. We might go to weld that Aqualux and it blows through, in which case we just rebuild it. Just get the welder or just put a plate up against it. All right, if you guys want me to use the grinder first, I will. Let me get my hearing protection, face plate. Hearing protection and face plate. It's not one thing. I don't need, my face doesn't hear things. You know what I mean. Now I don't want to take off too much, so I'm not going to use the straight grinding wheel. I'm going to knock over that can. You, pick up that can. I'm going to get my flap discs doing work again here. Flap discs on the grinding wheel or on the angle grinder do this stuff. This thing takes off material, but it's a fine adjustment, okay? The grinding wheel takes off a lot of material really fast. This kind of sucks that we're doing this now because I just cleaned everything, but such is life. Cut section of old hanger to replace that section, then cut out a section of old hanger for left side extinction. I like that idea, Shogun. We were talking about that yesterday. That's a good idea. Yeah, to do the top flange, dude, we could cut it right off of the leaf spring perch that we, because that part of the leaf spring perch is still good. Let's focus on getting the welds all fixed and doing a little bit of an assessment of this area here. All right. What time is it? 2:30. All right, we got 2 hours. Face shield on, hearing protection on, wedding band is off, but that doesn't matter right now. So I'm gonna back you guys up just a little bit and we're gonna see what's good. Yeah, look at how porous those damn plug welds were. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh. Is that coming through on camera? Look at all that crap. Oh. But then again, these are my first welds, so on the car. So, we're going back and we're fixing our work. Alright, let's I just got to get a little bit more down here. Yeah. Okay. Just one more zip up there.
Now the bottom seam weld actually didn't come out too bad. I just missed. I missed it right there and up there. You could see the butt against it. That's no good. You could see its butt like you could my butt. There we go. All right. Man, that's really wavy, huh? It doesn't really look consistent. I'm worried there's pitting back there, so I'm just gonna... All right, that's good enough. All right. Hold on, there's just a little bit of schmutz over here. I wanted to get up in there just to see. Okay, you guys, there we go. Yeah, all right. I mean, my seam weld wasn't too bad. Like, for a first try, I can do better than that now, though. I mean, how long ago was this when we did this? Oh, shoot. I don't even remember. It's got to be like a month ago at least. All right. We got to fill up some of the plugs here. The light is making that a little difficult to see. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. You can see them right there, there, and there. 1, 2, and 3. All right. I'm not going to go anymore with the grinder. I have a habit of sending this thing and blowing through metal. I worry we may have done it a little bit up here, but it is wavy. Aguilex, you're right. There was rust back here. But the backing plate is there, so I'm not too worried about it, but you could definitely tell from the pitting right there. That's definitely from the inside out. Ugh. All right, let's get the welder. Hammer it. There's a backing plate behind it, Jim. I'm not worried. I mean, unless you really want to. When welding, start at the bottom and then get to the pinholes, then do the side. Yep. I mean, if you really want to, like, let's be thorough, I guess. I hate it when you're right, you jerk. Yeah, there's a little bit of pitting around there. The rest of this looks okay. The bottom of this is nice and strong too, so we can definitely zip it right there. We can cut around this. We won't have to worry about redoing the bottom, because getting the bends right sucks. Yeah, there was a little more rust there. We can fill that up with bead, and I'll do that when we fix these pinholes. All right, welding time. Let me get you guys the face shield. You're gonna enter the matrix here. It's very nice clothes. How much do clothes cost in the matrix? Or, you know, it could just fall. You know, that's fine too. Yeah, it could just fall over. I'll get more tape. This new EDM track kind of sucks. Yeah, I know. It's terrible. That's the wrong side, idiot. Take the blue pill and the red pill at the same time. And then we'll have a rave in a cave. Wait, that's what happened. There we go. All right. You are now in the Matrix. You have been unplugged. No, man. Cool. There we go. You're digging the tropical island steel drum sounds? Oh, all right. I know kung fu. I know how to weld. Show me. Neo, AJ. Neo, take this pill so you can leave your cushy job with financial security and come live with us in a cave, Neo. That's free, Neo, please. Don't forget you can eat all the slop you want. It's got everything the body needs. I feel like you should be able to model and print something to fit on that filter, to fit that filter on easier. Yeah, you're not wrong. Or I could just, probably be better in the long term, Aqualex, but painter's tape is really inexpensive, so. You missed your meds today, Neo. No. At least I don't think, yeah, you might be right, dude. I don't know. I am not 100% sure the welder will reach all the way over there. All right, let's move it forward. Try to get this cable as much slack as possible. Oh yeah, we're good. Okay. Let's get the grounding strap. There we go. All right, so I'm going to turn the welder on here. Gas is on. We have 1,500 psi left of gas. About 100 bar, give or take. Welder's on. Okay, so we're welding 16 gauge steel, and we're trying to not blow through. So what I'm going to do, let's set the voltage. I'm going to put us on voltage C, and I'm going to put our wire feed speed at 2. I think that should be good. Fellas, double check me just to be sure. Could be as simple as getting the CAD project. I mean, dude, yeah, Aqualex, I'll be honest with you. I know me, and I know us. If we do that, we're going to sit there and we'll spend a month in CAD trying to get that thing perfect, and that's a month when we just could have been working on this, dude. For the last time, Mr. Reeves, no, you do not. I know Kung Fu.
Like the other side sounds correct. All right, let's do this. Let me get the wire brush too. We're gonna need that for cleaning purposes. So I got my wire brush, put that down on the ground right there. What we learned from the other side is that this is an extremely difficult thing to weld. It's a really weird spot to weld at, so I'm getting the Harbor Freight bucket. And yeah, we're gonna go from there. Let's verify the gun has gas. It does. Did you hear that noise? It means we got it. All right. So the first thing I'm gonna do is try to fill in this right here. What I'll do is I'll try to basically treat it like a plug weld. We got a nice backing plate there that's 16, and I will start at the bottom here and we'll go back and forth and work our way up.
Good. Our first weld of the day.
Got good penetration, and it looks like I did get most of it, but we got to get at the other side. Wire brush. So I'm gonna do the same over there. We're gonna, here, let me see if we can get you guys zoomed in just a little bit. Right there. Okay. Now we'll go up the other side here. Same deal. Start at the bottom, work our way up, just back and forth. I think I might up the speed, up the feed speed. I'm gonna go to 2.5 up from 2. In between projects, Aqualex? Yeah, that's a good idea, man. Is that a gas can? No, it's just a bucket. This right here, Chris, this is just a bucket. My gas cans I don't keep anywhere near where I'm welding and grinding. They're up at the front of the garage, away from where the work gets done. Or, well, yeah, that's about right. Yeah, I'm well right next to a gas can, dude. Yeah, let's do that. It's a good idea. Yeah, it's a funny hat. You know, it's bigger than a normal one. That's why it's funny. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Just looking at it from where you guys are at. Yeah, there's some schmutz over here. Just a little hole. I'll just patch that up right now. Good. Good. I'm just gonna do one last tack in between the two butt cheeks right here. You see what I'm saying?
It didn't really pull the way I wanted. It's probably because I did it straight on, so I'm just gonna go across the bottom there just to make sure this is nice and sealed and to make sure that there's not any more pitting down here. So Chris, the reason why I have a bucket here is because I'm resting my arm up against it so I can be steady with the welder. Okay, coolio. That should be enough material for when we go past this with a grinding wheel again, we filled in everything. So, one thing I forgot to grab is my cutter. And you ought to take my cutter back. All right. It's a smiley face. Smiladoilia, dude. All right, so now there's a couple of holes left over from plug welds that we did, which are not great, but I'll try to fill these in as best as I can. That should have been one side, or I just think I may have just gotten the whole thing. No, I did one side. Good, good. Sweet. Now I just got to get at the top. Cool. There's a little bit on the side that I have to get at. You guys should be able to move a little bit closer, too. Other way. I just got to get up on the side right there. See, there's a little hole. No problem. Start at the bottom. Oh, wire brush. Start at the bottom, work our way up. You want to scrub this every time, dudes. That's something that chat taught me. You want to scrub this every freaking time because you don't want burn marks to get stuck between the welds. Okay, that one's pretty sealed up. Now let's handle that one right there. Let's handle this guy. That one should just be a straight tack. I should just be able to put a pool right up in there and call it a day. Ready? Good. Nice and sealed. Now we just got to get at that sucker right there, just around the edges. I'm probably just going to put a big rosette all the way around this thing, like just basically weld where the plug should be. Because like there's a pinhole right there, there's a pinhole right there. You know, we'll just go around the horn. Start at the bottom, work our way up and around. Done. That's definitely plugged. See how I went I kind of went up and around. You can kind of see it with how the pool's doing. I was just doing cursive O's, basically, spiraling around. Now, we do have a little bit of pinholage over here, top left, up there. That's where I'm going to try to zap in next. Just a little sucker up here. I don't know how well you guys can see it. It's just a little pinhole right on my old seam. We're just gonna put a little zippy doo up in there. Just like that. There. Nice. Sweet. All right, now, the last thing I got to do is this guy down here. I left a little bit of a seam. There's a spot where I missed. The reason why I missed is because I couldn't really get this in there. We couldn't get at it at a good angle because the leaf spring perch was right here. Now that we don't have to worry about that, well, here we are. So, this is going to be a little bit tricky. I got to start at the bottom, and then we got to work our way around. I think I'll do the bottom first, and then go up. Don't let the welding spin you around and around. All right. Well, I won't. Remember, the whole goal is to just fill up that seam, because this is the original frame rail over here, and this is my patch piece. And you see there's a little gap in there. Every time there's a little bit of a gap, I got most of it, to be honest with you. But every time you see a little gap between the plates like that, that's a contact point that could be welded, and it could be stronger that you didn't get. I built up a lot of material there. I probably shouldn't have built up that much. Oh, all right, so this side right here, gonna clean it. So I have material here to build up on. See, I left a lot of pool there. That gives me something to build the weld up on. You can stack it think like a hot glue gun almost. There are pinholes at the bottom of the big frame rail. Saw them yesterday. Where? Over here? Which direction are we talking about? Are we talking about that way or are we talking about this way? Because the back of the frame rail is over here. My patch panel goes this way. That wasn't that good. Bottom center. This. So the thing that I just patched up, right? That's not a pinhole. That's just me not being able to seam weld correctly. Well, used to not being able to seam weld correctly. Now we can do it. Ready? Watch. I'll show you. Nice. No, forward, bottom center. Right there? Or right here? What are you talking about? I can't see what you see, dude. There's a car in the way. I don't see it, man. Flat under. If it's anything that's in the, right here, underside where you shine the light between the edges. Yeah, I see one back here. Yeah, just on the other side of that pool, there's a spot where I could probably make it better, dude. I see what you're saying. It's right here. I'm gonna have to get at that upside down, but I hate welding upside down. I think I got it. Yeah, I did. Oh boy, that's very blistery. I think I got it, Shogun. Right up in there. I saw it. I saw it, dude. Yeah, all right. That weld isn't straight. It still covers the seam, and I got the pinhole, but just check. Yeah, I got it. All right, cool. So the next thing I'm gonna do is just layer in. There's a low spot in between my welds right there. I'm just gonna clean this up. Right there, just layer in a little bit. There. And I think I just got a little bit of seam up the very top right there that we could just do a little tack weld and get done. Weld isn't straight, grinder and paint. There we go. All right, dudes. Well, we've patched that up. It looks like there's pinholes here, but that's just the 3 plug welds over here. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about that. It looks like the metal did get a little wavy. Probably sent it a little too hard with the welder. But that's that. All right, so let's zoom you guys out here for a second. Now, what are we going to do about that? Looks fractured between the 2 bottom holes. Huh? Are you saying it has a fractured butthole? Did a filter get added to the camera? Yeah, that's right, Moondoggy. Yeah, man. We're gonna have to rebuild that. Ain't no thing though. Yeah, I'm pretty much gonna go from my patch panel all the way back to, well, my other patch here. We just gotta cut this section out right there. I don't think we're gonna need to use the leaf spring perch lines, dudes. Not at least for up here. The rust does go kind of all the way up there though. See that? Are you guys green? Super green. I'm just wondering how we're gonna get at in here because there's a plate right here. Yeah, that's gonna be a little weird. Like, I was thinking just cut right here, but that looks like it's gonna cut into the plate piece. Like if we cut right here, I mean, we're still gonna have to grind all that off. Sorry, there's a little bit of welding wire stuck in the frame rail where I blew through. I'm trying to cut it out. Why won't you die? Whatever, stay in there. I don't care. I mean, I do, but... Yeah, I see there's a pinhole over there too. Okay. All right, I gotta get the cutting wheel out, dudes. We gotta cut this flange, and then we gotta cut here to replate it. I'm just, once again, I'm worried about the frame rail flange. I don't want to cut through that thing. Not the flange. There's a reinforcement bracket right here. My finger's touching it, and the plate goes back, and it's all the way back to basically the plug weld. That plug weld right there. I'm thinking maybe just get the flap disc back out and just grind all this down to the reinforcement. Just get rid of whatever rusted frame rail there is left. Like just go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth with a grinding wheel. And that, you know, if we get a nice clean edge to butt up against, I'll go back with a cutoff disc and zip a channel in there. Get rid of all that, and then we got to draw a line here. And then we need to get over to here. We need to get to clean metal. And then the rest, there's a little pinhole up there. If we get the metal nice and flat all up in here, right? And then we go to redo this top flange, I could just fill this pinhole in with weld. So, yeah, all right, I'm gonna shut the welder off. I'm gonna undo the tape that's holding the filter on. We're gonna have to start cutting. Who told you to stop cutting? Who told you to stop cutting? Hey, don't mind this guy. He's been working overtime. Shutting the gas off on the welder for now. Gas off, welder off. Good. So let's get the flap disc, dudes. Yeah, let's get the flap disc in there and try to clean off the surface that goes to the frame rail reinforcement. Sears told you to stop cutting. That's right, it goes in the fender hole. That's right. Yeah, and I, of course, will go over all this with the grinding wheel again. Because, wow, from your camera angle, that looks like dookie. All right, face shield on. Let me get my earplugs. It's because I don't want to hear any lip from you, chat. All right, I got the flappy disc, the flappy boy. All right, so what I'm going to try to do is just go up and back and forth here. I really just want to make sure we don't grind off too much metal over here, but right here we want to grind off all of it. You see, right here, that's this sucker. That's what's left of the frame rail right there. There was not any material right there at all. Man, that is really nice that we caught that, because that would have sucked. Yeah, there's no way this would have held up to any abuse at all. Now, if we zoom in here, so take a look, fellas. You see how there's very distinctly two different shininesses here? This is the reinforcement, that's the frame rail. What I was trying to do here is, because we got to cut, take a look, we got to cut pretty much all of this out. But I will start my plate right here on flat. Not only am I starting on flat, but it's flat at the thickness of the rail to begin with. So we're going to start, our piece will start here, and it'll probably go all the way over to here. Just we want to get all the waviness out of it. This needs to be nice and flat. That's what we learned the hard way on the other side. So right here, up against the reinforcement perch, right? That's what this shiny metal is right there. Up against the reinforcement perch is an area that we know this thing goes up against. And when we plate that in here, when I seam weld it, we'll fill the material back in, because right here the frame rail goes straight and then it curves in and then it goes flat up against this. So that makes it so when we cut, we really only need to cut down here. We really only need to cut from here forward. And we know from doing the plug welds and everything over here that this is good metal. So
yeah, that should be the plan. Let's see if I can just zip off a little bit more down the bottom.
Okay, now we cut. Now that I have a good edge for the place to start all the way down, I made it through and I found more pitting down here. So we're gonna go all the way down to the bottom of the rail. This plate is basically gonna seam right before the bend down. So we're gonna have to hit this with the angle grinder. So let me swap the flap disc out for the cutting wheel and we'll cut this out. I hate these freaking wrench tools. Okay. Cool. We ready? Two different shininesses. What would be what's the astronomy term, Jim? Differential albedo.
Okay. So I'm going to scribe my cut mark in first. We're just going to do a quick zap. Right? Is that far enough? Let's zoom out. Did we get it far enough? I don't know, Chad. I think we should go forward a little bit more. Yeah. There we go. I gotta move the camera a little bit, dudes, because I can't get the grinder in there at a correct angle. That looks good. Okay, now we're going to do the same. We're going to go up. This one's going to be a little bit more difficult to get right, but... Now we know we got to good metal because this is taking a second to cut through. That's how you know you got to some good stuff. Now I did have a little bit of an overlap. We'll fill that up with weld. It's not a big deal. This is good metal though. We got to the good stuff. Now, what I got to do is I got to get in underneath the frame rail flange right here, and yeah, that's how we'll do this. Just zip this section out. I don't like that angle because it shoots sparks in my face, and I do have the face shield on, but I don't like it. No, sir, I don't like it.
There we go. Good. Sweet. Excellent. Got him. Let's take a look. Take a look at the back side of this. Yeah, it was, that was pretty pitted. See all up in there? But see, we got, check it out. Like I said, this is the side of the metal that was over here, right? That side of the metal is super thick. See how thick it is? I mean, there's a burr on that, but it's solid. Point is, we got to the solid stuff. On the top, on the bottom, it's all nice and solid. Let me deburr this. Let me get the file out. Somebody quick, call SpaceX. EJ can grind with the best of them. You angled up. Or magnitude. Yeah, magnitudes of shininess. Found a couple more burrs. Yeah, I went up a little bit right there. I see what you're saying, but now, like I said, there's still a pinhole up there, but when we plate it, when we go to plate it, I can just fill this back in with welding bead because we got to do up here as well. Ding. There we go. See, we got to good metal. It actually thins a little. Oh no, that's just the waviness. It looked like it thinned out right there, but it's all right. I know this isn't the right tool for doing this necessarily. What I'm doing is I'm trying to get the burr off of this to make sure that we got solid metal all around. And it looks like we do, so that's good. I'm just want to check something. Yeah. Yeah, that's all solid down there. Let's see. Cool. So now we got to measure. Got to measure the plate. Loose cable, it seems. Oh no, not again. Ever since I knocked that stupid camera over, guys, I'm sorry. I'm kind of in work mode right now because I want to get this done. Because the new leaf spring parts should be in Monday or Tuesday next week, and I want to make sure we're ready. I have a protection plan on it, but yeah, yes, I do. Yeah. All right, let me get my tape measure. Let me get the tape measure, dude. Two and 3/4 by 3. Okay. Cool. Two and 3/4 by 3. Come on over here. Actually, I'll switch you to the Vivitar. You are now the Vivitar. Let's not have that on there, huh? All right, so I have 16 gauge steel. This is the same thickness as the frame rail. I have some left over from making other brackets, so we're going to cut this out 2 and 3/4 by 3 inches, and then we'll see how she fits. So what we'll do, first thing, I'll measure. Let me get my square. Now I broke the stupid square, so it doesn't stay put. Like, see, that's no good. You stay in work mode, it's just hard to rubber duck you when you can't see. Yeah. I know. I know. No, I'm not. Dude, don't think that I'm like, oh, don't tell me that the camera's out. No, not at all. That's not what's going on. Where's my pencil? Oh, there it is. Give me something to write on, man. So I'm going to measure 2 and 3/4 here, right? Make a mark. Okay, and then I got my mark for 3 inches. Now that I have my indicators, I'm just gonna draw there. And draw there. Okay, got my lines. Now I'm going to put this in a position where we can get at it on all sides with the cutoff wheel. And now we cut. Face shield question? Oh, there it is.
But you're not square. But it would give the correct outline. Use the piece you cut out to get shape. You're not square. Shogun, it doesn't have to be perfect, dude. It doesn't have to be perfect. It's just close enough. We can always file down the edges and get it nice and square, or at least get it to fit. If you want me to superimpose the piece that I cut out on here, that's going to be a little bit difficult because most of it was rust. It looks right. It's pretty damn close, actually. Yep, I'm happy with it. I always overestimate a little bit. I know it's not like those weren't perfect measurements taken, but yeah, I always overestimate a little bit. That line isn't completely square because my T-square is caca. So the reason why I do that, dude, I hate not having my square working. That's really annoying. I always overestimate, and the reason why I do that, there we go, is because it's easier to take away metal than it is to add it. So all right, let's get the cutoff wheel, zip this thing out. So what I'm going to do, once again, I'm going to scribe a line in, and then we'll do the cut. Actually, doing this one first would probably be better. Oh, I screwed that up. The freaking guard got stuck and the wheel rode once to one side, damn it. Whatever, that will go on the, we'll put that on the inside of the rail. Okay, so I got my scribed lines. Okay, that's one. Two. That's probably hot, so I'm gonna get the rag here. You can see where the guard got stuck. See right there? Guard got stuck and I went in a little bit. Is your grinder trigger an input-output switch? No, it's a button. You have to hold it. Okay. Hey, James. What's going on? All right, I'm going to take this over to the bench grinder real quick. Just get her all cleaned up.
Get rid of the burrs. You don't want that screwing around with the welds and stuff. It's hot, that's why I'm holding it. There we go. Killer. All right, let's see how this fits. So some of the spot weld is still up there. See it right there? Some of the spot weld is there. I'm gonna hit that. I'm gonna have to grind that off. And that's not preventing a flush surface right here. See, not flush. Other than that though, just a little bit off the top up here with the wheel, with the cutoff wheel. And then if I just zip the cutoff wheel over there a couple of times. Yeah, all right. Let me get the face plate. You gonna go have a nap? All right, then fire the missiles. Give me 1 second. Okay. Well, I'm going to have a nap. Russia's like, ah, motherland! And then England's like, about that time, eh, chaps? Righto. All right. I just gotta put the face shield down, and then we just gotta get in here like this. Zip a little bit off the top, and then
Cool. All right. That's what I mean about this metal. This metal stuff. You can add and subtract. You can take stuff away. Super useful. Super useful being able to do that. Where'd the file go? Yeah, doesn't matter. I got pliers right here. Got to get rid of that burr, dudes. Where'd all the files go? Huh. Man, oh, there it is, okay. On the new section, you have a pinhole. Where? How? It's brand new. You talking about up there? Right there, maybe? Yeah, okay. Yeah, a couple of little things that we got to fill in with the seam right there. I see what you're saying. That's no problem. And then it looks like I didn't get all of the plug weld right there either, but that's okay. All right, let's test our plate fitment again. Here. Pretty good, guys. It's just over here. Got to zip off a little bit more. It's having trouble. I can't get the wheel up there. Hang on. Oh, not again. I saw it this time. I caught it, dudes. I caught it. We're good. Picture will be back in a second. Yeah, I'm sure you guys like that. I'm sure that was good for the lens, huh? Okay. That was actually a great view, but it wasn't great for the camera. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really want to screw up my camera lens too much, so I just kind of wallered out that side a little bit. Okay, let's Where's our piece? Oh, where did I put it? I just sat down, damn it. Oh, I was sitting on it. That's great. That's lovely. Lovely. Just, okay. There we go. That's it. That's what we want right there, dudes. I want to leave a seam all the way around because we are going to have to grind this metal down, because remember, the plate's going to go up against it. So we got to grind it down. And I wanted it flush up against the mount piece right here. Yeah, baby. That's actually really good. I may have wallered the gap out a little bit too much on the top, but you want to make sure you have room to fit the weld in. The weld has to, we basically got to get the pool to go through. See, I got to get the pool to go through here. Okay. I'm wondering if I could get the clamp. No, guess not. I was gonna say maybe we could get the clamp in there, but that didn't seem to want to do it. So I'll get my magnets. How do they work? Just got to sit here and fiddle around with this until everything is nice and even. What I'm trying to do is get the plate in the center. I'm trying to get it centered between, like in this hole here, in the square hole. We're trying to get it centered in the square hole. That's what we're doing. The reason why is because, once again, we need a gap. I need a gap all around. I need to fill in a lot of material. We need to fill in a lot of material around this thing. It's very important that this sucker does not move when we go to weld it. So I think what I'll do, I'll probably hold it with the, and then that coupled with the magnets should be good enough to zip it in right there. Burn this sucker. All right, welding time. Beef jerky time. Can I have some beef jerky? All right. Tack the corners. Yep, that was the plan. Magnet on the back. I don't think they'll fit in the frame rails, dude. Last, please. Okay. I don't know how it is in mass, but since you worked on the frame, would you have to title this as salvaged or something? No. In my state, you only have a salvage title if the car was in an accident.
So you can only claim, you only have to do a salvage title if it was hit and insurance filed a claim. Insurance has never filed a claim on this car. I know because I got it registered. Heck, I got this car titled, dude. It didn't have a title when I started. I had to get the police involved, and I had to call the police department to have them come verify that the car wasn't stolen. Tack one corner, tack the opposite corner. Okay. All right. Grounding strap is in position. Let me get the welding gun. Make sure we have gas. We have gas. Got my cutter. We got wire brush. All right, dudes. Oh, you need the filter. Give me 1 second. Or else you are about to be blinded with science. Okay, I put the UV filter on in front of the camera so you guys can see what's up. Okay, helmet down. I'm going to tack the lower left corner. Just make sure that we are set to jet. All right, ready? Cool. All right, how did that come out? Let me just take a look. Yeah, we got good seams all around. It might even be a little bit too much up top. Yeah, of course. Man. Just rip. Screw it. It's fine. It's fine. Hang on. We have to reapply. There we go. There we go. That ain't going nowhere. All right. All right, let me get my welding gloves back on. Nope, I went through the gap. I didn't do that right. I got to get it at a better angle. I'm going to try to angle it and build it up and then go this way with it. Yeah, good, great. All right, let's move on to another corner for now. I'll get the other bottom corner. Yeah. And I wish I was better at this sometimes. Yeah, we blew through. Of course that happens. Why wouldn't it? And it started to cook off something in there. I know this steak doesn't exist. I know that when I put it in my mouth, the Matrix is telling me that it's tender, juicy, and delicious. You know what I realized after all these years? Ignorance is bliss. There we go. I got it. I decided to put in a tack weld where we had a little bit more material to work with. All right, so we'll go up top now. Put another tack up here. Maybe do the brass hammer trick. That's a good idea, dude. Especially the parts where we blew through something fierce. All right, the brass hammer's down there. I'll see if I can really, really get in there and fill it. That's not great. That is not great at all. Whoa, that was bad. That was real bad. You see how poppy it was? That was no good. I couldn't get the pool going. You gotta get it at an angle where you sit there and let the pool build for a moment and then move it. Like that. There we go. There, I got the pool to build that time. Yeah, see? We got it to build. That's a lot better. Hour warning, okay? Good. All right, I'm gonna try to fill just above that. I'm gonna go down at an angle here. Try to get it so you guys can see here. Can you guys see that? You should be able to. There we go. I got that all filled in. I probably need to do a little bit more, but I don't want to put too much heat into this. I got to get better at doing that. I don't want to put too much heat, so we'll move up here. We'll move to the other side and just work our way around. Vertical welding is difficult, yes, for sure. We could also try to seal it up down here. Don't blow through. Crap. Balls. Something's flammable in there. It's all right. The brass hammer is right here. I moved it forward. So I'm trying to, I have brass behind my weld because, yeah, if you need to build up a pool, having the hammer right there is a pretty good way to do it. See? All right, I'll try to work my way up over here, dudes. I gotta get in a more comfortable spot. I really don't like this angle.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Thank you for the resub. Fellas, it looks like I'm blowing through the even backing plate. Should I turn the voltage down or wire speed down? I think I might be feeding too much. That wasn't a bad weld. It was okay. Just okay, though. Happy welding. Thanks, Battle. Flame trench today? You know it, dude. All right, I'm gonna keep going, dudes. I think I'm good. Now, how the balls did that happen? There's a piece there. Why did I blow through? Ah. Oh, this is terrible. This is terrible.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Spoon. Yeah, I think we should go down with the. I'm going to turn the voltage down. We're a little above C. I'm going to put it a little below C, and I'm going to move. I'm going to turn my wire speed down, dude. We're blowing through and we're feeding too much material. I don't like it. It's not pooling correctly. Yeah, okay, that's a little better. Yeah, we were definitely going, we were definitely sending it when we really shouldn't have been. Not a cat, 53-month resub, thanks. Thanks, guys. If you blow through, it's because too much heat. Shorter strokes could help. Okay. All right, there's too much heat over there. I'm gonna try to move back over here. We'll try to build up over here. All right. Dude, we had good metal. I think it's just me. I think I just suck. It's like hit or miss, dude. I'm at a point where like I have good days where I can weld perfectly and then, or perfectly-ish. And then days like today. All right, well, let's try to do the bottom, I guess. I gotta turn the voltage down even more, dudes. We're blowing through fresh steel. I'm turning it down to voltage B. It's too much. It's too much. And it's ruining this project. Yeah, Shogun, I agree. Yeah, see, I blew through. I turned the voltage down and I turned the feed speed down. Dude, that metal was thick enough a second ago when I tried to bend it with pliers and it didn't go anywhere. Now it just doesn't, now it's just like, oh, just kidding. No, I'm not actually strong enough to do this. I'll try going at it from another way. Yeah, I think there's just not enough metal down here, dudes. But then again, I am blowing through my own 16 gauge. So, I don't know. Well. Oh, I still have so much to learn. I mean, there are spots where I did get it right, but yeah. What I'm going to try to do is go down a little bit lower on the frame rail and see if we can build up material here, because it's clear that that metal is too thin. The problem is, it's just this angle sucks. Like, the ideal position that I need to be in, and I can't get rid of it because it's the quarter panel, not yet at least, is where my head needs to be. So I kind of have a weird, I'm at a very strange angle for doing this right. Let's try this. Ready? I got a pull. I got it to go for a second, but yeah, it didn't. I blew through again. It's just this metal down here, dudes. But I'll just do this the way that we were doing it before, where I just kept adding and adding and adding. You may have a lot to learn, but you've learned a lot and are teaching others to do so. Don't get too pissed off at it. That's just the masshole. Nah, it's not like Monday. I'm not, yeah, it's not like that. Yeah, this is just, you know, with welding, you got to set yourself up for success. I got the plate to fit, and we got fitment pretty damn good, but I think the settings screwed me. I think we put way too much heat into this thing, and now, yeah, now we're just blowing through. Metal can only take so much heat before it zaps itself. So I'm gonna, with that being said, I know I need to add more material over here, so that's what I'll do. Pool started to go. I was trying to go up with it and it didn't like it. And it started to fall. You can see how it started to drip right there. That's, yeah. Dude, I just don't got the touch today, man. Which sucks. But, what are you gonna do? I think we just put too much heat into this thing, that's all. We could put the brass hammer back in there, and I could just go, quote unquote, additive manufacturing on this thing. The hammer can't fit. It won't fit. Ain't gonna fit like that. I can get it over here though. Yeah, that kind of worked. Got that pinhole. Nice. All right. Yeah, over here, making some progress. I'll just, if we can't get this right, I'll just keep tacking it and 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 tacking it. I have the brass hammer is behind this seam right here, so let's see if we can get it. Ready? Hey, all right. Here we go. Definitely some progress. Remember, this thing has to be totally flat, so the more popcorn crap we got here, the more we're gonna have to grind off later. There's a little bit of a hole up here. I gotta add more material, so.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Goat at throttle up. I would just keep tagging it and then switching sides often. Yeah, Jacob, thanks, man. That's, I think I'm putting too much heat in. I'm just gonna move around. That's why I just switched to doing over here and just did a couple pinholes there. I think she's getting too hot. Yeah, I mean, if you can feel it through the glove, it's too hot. And I can feel it through the damn glove. So I'm gonna just move right here. I just gotta. Yeah, that wasn't bad. It's just, yeah, this is. I did build up enough material down there to get past some of the pinholes, but yeah, this is bad, dude. This is not great. It's not consistent, but I'm trying to, the reason why it's not consistent is I'm trying to get around all the pinholes that I made. I'm trying to build up material and you know. I'm gonna move the light closer so I can see it better. Maybe that'll help. Okay, we'll go up here now and try to build up there. We'll move around. Once again, I'm gonna have to grind this down anyway, even if the seam welds were perfect. I think I had the gun too far away that time. I don't like this way. I want it that way. The pool started to fall again. Oh well, so bad. Man, why do I suck? Do you guys think this, I mean, I don't think I set myself up enough for success here, dude. Dudes, I really think that's what this is. We probably should have cut more metal out. Like I was doing, because we were doing fine over here. These plugs over here are perfect. Like this is just a nightmare. Oh, I slipped. I don't know, maybe this is just bad angle coupled, this is just a hard place to weld, coupled with vertical welds, coupled with L plus ratio. It's just so tough to get in the right spot because like my head needs to be where the car is. Just do load of tacks, too fast for your wire feed? Okay, I'll slow it down a little bit. We'll go to 1.5. Actually, you know what? Let's just go all the way down to 1. Slowest wire speed we got. I'm going to try to hit it from the top up here. I don't like that. That's not really fast enough for what I'm trying to do. I'm going to move up to 1.5. Don't forget the EJ tacks. Yep. One important thing is the angle and nozzle in relation to your weld and your joint and direction of travel. I've just some research on the part into that. It's hard to teach that from chat. Well, that's what Geek was trying to tell me yesterday. Starting at the top and drag down. Okay. Yeah. All right, man. All right. Yeah. All right. Well. All right. Well, we need to build up material right there, so can't see me. I'll start up here and I'll try to work my way down, okay? What the Dude, I'm just not, I just don't have the touch today, dude. I don't know. I mean, we'll keep going. If I blow through, I blow through. I'm not gonna get mad like I did before. Hey. All right. Okay. It looks like complete dookie, but that actually did what I want. Yeah, going down is way easier. Yeah, sewer rat. We found more rust, but fortunately, I think it's really the last of it back here. It's not the last of it on the whole car. This is me failing miserably to seam weld this plate in. So yeah, if it looks like gore, yeah, you're not wrong. I don't have much time behind the welder, but yeah, I mean, it's not going anywhere. I'm not worried about it, and I keep cleaning it every time. So these popcorn boogery welds are. Yeah, they're getting there. All right, let's just use these low voltage, low feed settings to try and... Yeah, there we go. All right. All right. I just got to keep cleaning them. I don't want any burn marks getting in here. All right, Chad, I'm moving in. Moving in here. All right, what I'm going to try to do, we'll try to start here and work our way down, okay? Okay, 45-degree angle. I'm going to start here, we're going to let it pool, and then we're just going to go back and forth, work our way down. Hey, all right. That was better if it was straight. That would have been a lot better, you know, if it followed the crack. It looks like I started to blow through, and me blowing through, I thought that I was following the edge and I didn't, so it kind of just goes that way. All right, I'm gonna move down here real quick. Bro, I suck. I am so bad at this. Man, do I have a lot to learn. Okay, let's go to the top corner. If there is any way to get the nozzle straight with the joint and then angle 20 degrees in the direction of travel when pulling. So straight and like this, I can do that. It didn't like that, but you know. I'm going to try to keep the light a lot closer. There's not a lot of heat in that pool, but that does look to be more or less what we're trying to do. Once again, it would really help if I could make the damn thing straight, but that looks a lot nicer. Yeah, I went up on this side and down on that side. That looks to be a lot better. I'm gonna change the settings on the helmet so it doesn't darken as much and go from there. I'm having trouble seeing the pool with the low voltage. Well, that would have been really nice if I didn't miss again. Actually, we're okay. That wasn't too bad. I gotta get more material over here again. I gotta get down the bottom. Nope, no good connection down there. Your welds are looking better? I doubt that very much. I didn't get the pool. I blew through. That was terrible. That was no good. That was terrible. I mean, I think this is a combination of inexperience and me not really setting myself up for success here. But whatever. I'm wondering if I could get the light here. I mean, that kind of blows it out for you guys, but I'll be able to see a little bit better. Do I need to make a trip? No. No. I'm learning. This is me learning, dude. I have to struggle, you know that. If I don't, I'm not learning. All right, I'm gonna go up here. Good, there we go. Nice, I filled that in. We definitely made some progress filling up that pinhole up there. I think we got most of the seam, dudes. We just got to get the top, and that is going to be difficult. But we have the tools, and not the talent, but we got the tools. Yeah, this lower, I think we got our settings a little better, but we are making a lot of spatter. You guys can't really see that on it, but if we're getting a lot of spatter all over the place, what does that mean? Like they're very, very small pieces of spatter, but it's everywhere. Halt, hammer time. Yeah. Too low on the amps? Okay. All right, I'll turn it up between B and C. I'll just give it a little bit more. Up the amps, use the hammer. Okay. Okay. The hammer is right there, right? Am I pushing up against it? I am, okay. Ready? I can't see. I can't see from here. That was the right idea. Yeah, I can't see it. I hate welding in confined spaces, guys. It is official. I think that's what's getting me. I really can't fit in here. And that's what's making this look like doo-doo, caca, poo-poo. All right. I switched spots with the camera. I'm gonna move the bucket. Okay, ready? Hey, not bad. That was one-handed. I can't get my other hand up in here. There's a car in the way. So I can't move my hand anymore. That is the right idea though, it seems. All right, let me try to get two hands in here. Okay, I got two hands in here, and I'm gonna try not to eat this weld, okay? My hand slipped off the bucket. This sucks. I know what I need to do, and I know where my hands need to be, but I can't put them in the right spots. Yeah, this is frustrating, but it's all right. We'll get it. You don't have much more to seal up, so don't worry, the gore is almost over. It's so bad. Oh my goodness. All right, let's. Okay, I found a more comfortable. Ow, ow, ow! My head's stuck against the car. Damn it! Freaking physics! Ah! This sucks. This is awful. All right, you know what? I'm just lying down. I'm just gonna lie down on the floor. Okay, lying down on the floor seems to be the solution there. It's so bad. Oh my goodness. I apologize for this. This is terrible. Oh, look at that really awesome weld. That's not on the seam. Gee, that's why that one came out all good. I hate welding like this. I hate it. This is not fun. But you know, we got to do it. Like there's really, unless you want to take the frame rail out of the car, in which case we should just replace it. We're kind of screwed. We're kind of stuck with my crappy ability to weld. It's pretty though. You sure about that? All right. I can't see anything. It looks like there's not a lot of pinholes left, dude. It's just a little bit up there. So I'm gonna, oh my God, my head's stuck against the freaking car. The helmet is getting stuck on the jagged metal from the quarter panel. And I can't move. So like when I go to weld, my head gets stuck and I go to turn my head and because we're snagged, my head moves in the other direction. The problem is I can't cut the quarter panel out. Not yet, at least. Not until we get the back of the car back on. I mean, we could, but it would make our job way harder down the road. Oh, this is so awful. I am I apologize. This is terrible. This ain't no instructional guide, okay? That is a man's head. Ugh. Ugh. I can't just... Man, no wonder my welds were so bad over here before. You can't, I forgot. Oh, Fluffy gifted a sub to Vivar. Thank you. Thank you. I just gotta. Just got to get a little bit more. All right, I'm gonna hit that from the top. Seal up the last bit here and then grind this down so we never have to look at this freaking abomination by me ever again, okay?
Discovery, go
But
at
hey,
throttle up.
you know, this is how you learn. You're being called out right now on NSF. Oh shit, it's 4:44? Oh
Discovery,
shoot.
go at throttle up.
Oh, it's quarter till. Hey Carson. Hey Sawyer. How you doing? Yeah, I lost track of time. Remember that the most penetration occurs to the direct wide points. Yep. I've been trying to get your attention. Well, I've been trying to get your attention about my car's extended warranty, so there. Let me just finish this up. I'll be in a sec, okay?
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
It is illegal to serve pie without ice cream in Texas. It is a matter of Texan pride. You must remember the Allah mode.
Oh. All right, 2 more welds and then I'm good. That's 1. And 2. Okay, well, I don't have time to grind this. We'll have to do this on Monday, or I'll do it over the weekend. It's enough, welder. Shut the gas off. Guys, I'm not proud of that. Yeah. Grinder and paint. It's a welder I ain't. I'm not proud of that at all. I think just bad settings, and I don't think I cleaned it out very well. I'm sorry, that's pretty bad. Strimmer, flame trench. Yeah. Yeah, I know. You're so hard on yourself. Good job today. Dude, I can't get a good spot and that's what's pissing me off. Can't see me. Like, it's once again. Yeah, actually, I got a little annoyed. I should stop. Let's not get pissed off like we did the other day. So dude, like, this is in the way. That's in the way. That's the problem. This is where my head needs to be. Like, I need to see it, right? But I can't see it because my eyes need to be right there. Right there. And yeah, and then the jagged metal's getting at the back of your neck. There's just no good way to get in there. I mean, it also could be that I suck, like, I'm still inexperienced with this, man. But yeah, we're making progress. Well, the plate's in. It's not ground down, but the plate is in, so yeah. I'm sorry, guys. Like, that's not what I want. Shouldn't you be getting ready for flame trench? Yep, bye.
Okay. 15-minute loss of signal. YouTube, I'll see you guys next week. Go over to NSF. I'll talk to you guys all in a bit.